Walking into the ring right now is class number 1, your junior full-blood does of 0 to 3 months. We do have 28 entries in this first class. I'd like to take this time to welcome our judges this morning. Your first judge is Terry Burks. Terry's a retired professor of English Studies from Chifeng University in the People's Republic of China. Prior to that, he was employed by the Kentucky Department of Agriculture in the Division of Show and Fair Promotion, where he served as educational coordinator and worked as a federal livestock grader. Terry taught adult agriculture for 8 years in the Kentucky Community College system and was also the owner of Dynasty Club Lambs and Meat Goats. Terry received his bachelor's degree and master's degree in the areas of animal science from Western Kentucky University in Bowling Green, Kentucky. He has judged over 1,200 junior and open livestock shows in 43 states. Some of his shows include Houston, San Antonio, Fort Worth, Dallas, San Angelo, the Great American International, the American Royal, the National Western, the Great Western, Oklahoma Youth Expo, the Keystone International, and many more. He has judged state fairs in 28 states and has also judged numerous county, regional, and jackpot shows nationwide. Terry has served on numerous judging committees across the United States, including National 4-H, Junior College, and Senior College contests at NAIL, as well as serving as the Sheep and Goat Chairman for the National FFA Livestock Judging CDE. Terry and his wife Alice reside in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Please welcome Terry Burks. Your next judge this morning is Nick Hammett. Nick, alongside his wife Rebecca, son Cole, and daughter Lauren, make their home in Ashland, Missouri. Seeking a family activity in the livestock industry, they started as Polish show goats in 2013, where they raised and showed ABGA registered goats around the country. In 2020, they rebranded, now known as Hammett Livestock, focusing on raising wethers and commercial show doe prospects. After obtaining degrees from the University of Missouri and Colorado State University, Nick has spent his career in the beef industry. Nick currently works for Neogen, where he markets beef cattle genomic testing. He particularly enjoys assisting producers in turning data into sustainable and profitable management decisions and hopes to assist the goat industry in developing those same opportunities. Nick judged the ABGA National Open Show in 2018, the National Market and Commercial Doe shows in 2021, and the first 2 ABGA National Carcass contests in 2022 and 2023. Please welcome Nick Hammett. Your last judge today is Josh Steffens from Elkland, Missouri. He has been raising and breeding and showing boar goats since 1999. He has also exhibited poultry, commercial, and registered cattle. His pastimes include long walks in the pasture, listening to classic rock, including hits from Mike and the Mechanics, contemplating the theories of quantum physics while driving his 2015 Ram 2500 pickup, all the while avoiding caffeine. Give a warm welcome to Josh Steffens. We will dismiss the rail here in class number 1 of our junior full-blood does. We should have class number 2 getting lined up in that holding area. Once again, another reminder, while the judges are making their decisions, the open exhibitors must be checked in by noon today, as well as photos to be turned into the office for the photo contest. Paperwork for the Connie Ross Memorial age doe class. Also turn that paperwork in to the office by noon.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here today. Appreciate everybody's patience last night and the alertness this morning. We got a nice class of full-blood does to start the show off with today. And I think this doe we're going to start the class off with, when she walked in, you knew she was going to be a player. You knew that she was going to be somewhere up on the top end, and she worked her way to the top pretty handily. You get up in front of her, she's wide-chested, but combines that with a lot of extension and femininity, a lot of extension and length of body from a profile, doesn't disappoint you on the move or on the stand, so just a really complete individual that worked her way to the top pretty handily. Now, the little doe in second, I guess, was one of them that I wouldn't have necessarily, when she walked in the ring, said, yep, she's going to be playing for the top end of this class, but as we work through it, she's just pretty complete. There's no holes in her. She's really nice in terms of her design, her soundness of structure, smoothly laid in at the shoulder. She's not the most powerful doe out here, but you put all that when we start evaluating these females and trying to find those ones that are just really sound structured, going to have some longevity, go on and make a functional female. She worked her way up into that second hole for us. The paint doe that winds up in third, you really like the looks of her. You like the depth of body, the expansion to the rib cage. She can get a little over in her knee at time, get a little steeper out of her hip at time. You get your hands on her. She didn't quite have the width of loin I was expecting given the visual body mass that she has from a profile, but a really nice individual there in the third hole as well. The doe that winds up in the fourth hole, you like the length of side. You like the extension and cleanliness to the front end. Again, another one that when you get your hands on her, I'd like to see a little more expansion to that rib cage, particularly the forerib. She gets a little flatter, a little narrower loin than I like, but from this angle, you like her really well. The doe that winds up in fourth, a lot like the doe in front of her and the doe that won the class. You like the length of side, you like the extension, the cleanliness of that front end. Just not quite as organized in her skeleton as some of them that were up in front of her. Gets a little weaker behind those shoulders at times, a little steeper out of her hip. Just not quite as overall eye-appealing as some of them on the top end of this class. The black dapple doe, you really love just looking at her. I love her design. Now, she's what I would call a maternal wedgie design female. She's got a nice deep flank in her compared to her forerib. Her neck comes up out of her shoulder correctly. Just a doe that when you get your hands on her disappoints you a little bit in terms of her muscle development and muscle mass at this stage of the game compared to with some of the other does that were up ahead of her. Little doe coming out next, just really what I would call cute. Work on keeping that neck and that head really vertical coming up out of that shoulder. This doe looks better on the move than she does on the stand. She's small. Maybe she's one of the younger does out here. I like her with the chest. I like the curvature and expansion to the rib cage. I like her overall shape and design. She just comes up a little light and a little small coming out here to really be competitive on the top end of this class. Red doe coming out next, really another functional, just productive design female. Got some base width, got some curvature to the rib cage, just a little plainer when you get your hands on her in terms of her muscle shape. Would like to see a little more circumference of bone underneath that doe. Doe coming out next, you like parts of her on the stand. I like the extension, the cleanliness of the front end, the length and levelness of that spine, but a doe that gets a little over at her knee, can get a little outside of herself when she's walking away from you, just a little more rounded at the hock as she moves away from you, but a doe that I like the body mass and a lot of design when she's standing there. Doe coming out next, a lot like the doe in front of her, can get a little over at her knee, can get a little rounded in that rear leg as she moves away from you, a little softer on her pasterns, higher in her loin, but a doe that you appreciate for being heavy muscle, long-sided, pretty attractive as she's standing there. Red dapple doe, a lot like the black dapple doe, just not quite as much body. I like the overall design of her. I think she's sound structured. I think she's got a lot of good parts and pieces, just not enough to her when you get your hands on her. Then we get into some does that maybe have a little structural issues, a little flatter made, a little plainer in their overall look or muscle development. Let's give these kids a hand for coming out here working hard, doing a nice job in our first class this morning.
Congratulations to all of our exhibitors here in class number 1, your junior full-blood does of 0 to 3 months. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place was Isabella Phillips with SBZ1 Roulette. Your 9th place exhibitor was also Isabella Phillips with SBZ1 Karma. 8th place goes to Levi Dulms with DLMS Ruby. 7th was Jose Arias with R4H Venus. 6th place goes to Asher Fitzwater with FCFB Ombre. Your 5th place exhibitor was Piper Fisher with TKGB Affinity. 4th place goes to Hannah Shafee with FCFG Blazin' Ember. 3rd place goes to Tori Brinks with TBBGF Magnetic Storm. Your 2nd place exhibitor was Cassidy Pagel with Regal Picture Perfect. And your top exhibitor here in class number 1 was Piper Fisher with TKGB Zelda. Again, that is the results of class number 1, junior full-blood does of 0 to 3 months. We now have the second class of junior full-blood does of 0 to 3 months. In class number 2, there's 27 entries in this class. Our random drug selection has taken 4th place from this class to undergo our random drug testing. 4th place here in class number 2. We will now kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 2. The judges have made their decisions. We'll now have class number 3 lined up in that holding area. Class number 3, if you have not lined up in the holding area, please check in.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be with you this morning and a wonderful day to be in the city of Louisville and sorting into the boar goat world, and just a nice set in this particular class. We thought when you came into this group, these two females on the top end rose to the top pretty quick for us. And I think when you get into them, the difference is just when you set them in motion. The Spot Hawk doe's one that just simply is truer in terms of how she gets out on her step. She's longer in her stride off both ends of her skeleton. She's one that's got a big back laid in her, got a tremendous amount of hip in her. Maybe gets just a little deep in her neck set when you get right on profile with that one. But that's a nice female to win the class. The doe that's going to come second, initially I thought that's one that kind of grabbed us pretty hard. She is better up in the front third of her skeleton from her shoulder and neck as she's made up in that area. Really a beautiful headed one when you get into her. The issue with this gal comes, we set her in motion. She gets a little straighter in terms of her shoulder angle. She's one that wants to get just quite a bit choppier in her stride. She's not as collected off of her rear too when we set that one in motion. But beautiful balance, attractive female. It's got some quality to her. The little doe it's going to come third is one of those that if we could just change her out of her shoulder and how that elbow sets into her forerib, we could learn to like that one pretty well. She's got some handle to her. She's green in her kind. She's much more correct in terms of how she handles her rear too when set in motion, particularly in comparison to her black-headed contemporary that's behind her. Young man's got one there in that black-headed one now. That's a big-bodied one. She's probably one of the more mature ones as you evaluate her with respect to kind today. We love her mass. We love her power. We love her center body shape. But when you set that one in motion, it's her rear legs that get her in trouble. Her hock set on the outside of her skeleton. We got to get her more collected in terms of how she moves behind. But a nice female. Really a quality one. It's going to be a lot of fun as she goes on. We come into these two reds coming next, and we chose to use the one that's just leveler hip. She's heavier bone, she's stouter featured, one that's sure got more natural depth of flank and heart when you get into her. For me, one, though, that you'd just like to change in terms of when you get your hands on her, give her more true power on the top side of her skeleton for us, but a nice one. Really an intriguing one in this red doe that's going to drop out next. Yeah, we'll admit she doesn't have enough bone. She's a little frailer. She's a little finer than we'd prefer. Perhaps gets a little rounder right out of her hip, but gorgeous in terms of front-end quality. One we'd just like to drop some body and flank in as she goes on. The doe that's going to come out next, the one that's probably a shade longer bodied, undoubtedly got a shade more muscle when you get into that one. Here's one for us that undoubtedly needs more chest and more power when you get into her. We'd like to make her more collected on the move. Young man with the spot-topped one, that's a big, growthy one. It's got a tremendous amount of performance in her. She's one that just kind of comes unhinged in her skeleton right behind her shoulder. She's one that gets awfully flat in her makeup for me. I think here's one we'd like to balance her breastplate and chest floor in relation to where her rear flank sits in her, open her up in terms of rib. The caped ones, the little man's got coming next. That's a really cute one in terms of one that's pretty straight line. She's really elegant up through her front end. Just not quite enough of her, really, is when you evaluate her. And I don't mean in size. I mean in chest and three-dimensional shape and in terms of body kind. Bigger one going to come out next, but that one gets awfully piecey out of the angle to her shoulder. She's too upright in her shoulder. She comes in at her knee. She inverts out of her pastern in front. We got to make that one more comfortable on her rear too. Really a nice class, guys. Great way to run into these 0 to 3s. Give them a nice round of applause.
Great job here in class number 2 of our junior full-blood does of 0 to 3 months, second of these 0 to 3 month classes. Your 10th place exhibitor was Cameron White, showing CPW Pearl's Jail Birdie. Your 9th place exhibitor goes to Thomas McRedden, showing RBMG Lupe. 8th place goes to Riley Kimball, showing RBK1 Batgirl. 7th place goes to Jody Mertens, showing JM Livestock Smokin' Peach. Your 6th place exhibitor was Caden Helgeson, showing BFRB Brookside Boars Dream This. 5th place was Adeline Horn, showing RBMG Samantha. Your 4th place exhibitor. We'll go to 3rd place. Your 3rd place exhibitor was Tegan Walker with TWALK Reba Joyce. Second place was Eliana Sand, showing SCA 16, All the Lights. And your first place exhibitor was also Eliana Sand with SCA 16, One of the Girls. We apologize, a correction on that. Your fourth place exhibitor of the last class was Kendry Vargas, showing KVNA Locos Triple Crown. That was your fourth place exhibitor. That rounds out the top 10 of class number 2, your junior full-blood does of 0 to 3 months. We now have class number 3, junior full-blood does, moving up to the 3 to 6 month class. For those of you who have not checked in, the open exhibitors must be checked in by noon. You've got 2 hours to check in. Also, all photos must be turned into the office by noon today, as well as your Connie Ross Memorial production age doe class paperwork must be turned in by that noon hour. Our lunch hour will take place after the junior doe pairs. Also, table sponsors, if you want to, you can go to the office. They've got bags of cheese curds there for you for all you table sponsors. Go to the office, they got some cheese curds for you. We will now kindly dismiss the rail here, and we're still working on class number 3 of our junior full-blood does, moving up to 3 to 6 month categories. Class 4, if you're in the area, move into that holding area and get checked in. Class 4, if you have not checked in, please do so. Also, one small announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Due to the overwhelming numbers of entries that we've had for a few of these classes, we do have additional ribbons that will be mailed out at later dates. We did not have enough ribbons that were made up for these additional classes that were made, so those will be mailed out to those exhibitors at a later date. We thank you for your kindness and your cooperation in this matter. You are still watching class number 3 of your junior full-blood does, 3 to 6 months. There are 3 of these large 3 to 6 month classes.
an interesting class to sort, no doubt. The agreement that we come to here in this particular set of does, we're going to start with the young lady's red doe with the white leg, an individual that as we evaluate these does out here in this class, one that brings us plenty of natural base width, plenty of spring of rib. She's a balanced individual. She's got some femininity up front. You put your hands to them. She's a doe that carries enough muscularity and development and width and skeletal quality over the top portion of her skeleton. She opens up plenty through her rib shape. What we would like to pick on this doe just a little bit is she gets a little spongy on her back feet for us. That being said, she brings, we think, the most balance and quality elsewhere to the top of the class to move her to this first place position. We follow her with a doe that just profiles beautifully, and as you get behind her, tracks the best in the class. We love the hip on this doe. We love the depth of twist. We love the capacity that she carries in that hip and that rear leg. However, to move her into the first place position, we need a lot more chest width on this doe. She just narrows up too much in her chest to become that first place class winner. Our third place individual, you talk about one that takes a good picture, one that just sets a really nice silhouette and design onto the floor in the ring. But as we evaluate her and we get our hands to her, she's one that just becomes naturally more frail in her overall skeletal makeup. She's a doe that narrows up both base width and over the top and just doesn't have the maturity today in terms of her muscle development to compare with those first two individuals. I think a doe that skeletally is well designed, there's just not enough natural to her today. We follow her with probably the biggest doe in the class, one that is super broody, super capacious, super deep, has some width to her, but just gets uneven and not as well put together in her skeletal design. She's one that slopes back up more than we'd like at her shoulder, and again, a little sharper over that shoulder. And as we move into that hip set, one that just gets a little flatter through that rear leg and just doesn't handle her hip as well. Even when we can see her move out here, which is a trick, but she's just not cooperating real well for our exhibitors. But we try to evaluate them for what they are, a doe that we like certain pieces about. Young lady's doe that follows to round out our top five here, one that is super stout boned. She's got some rib shape to her. We like the power that she brings us in this class, and she, as we were discussing, is a doe we could win to use the class if she had to win the class if she had a better front end assembly. She gets way too straight through her shoulder and out at her elbow and just doesn't have the flexibility and fluidity of motion off of that front end to give us the peace of mind to move her into the first place hole. But a doe that you love the power that she brings, skeletally and muscular, a very nice individual. We move into young lady's black doe, one that again sets just a beautiful silhouette, one that profiles well. Our issue with her is when we get her on the move, she just gets really choppy up underneath herself. She's not relaxed. She's not moving easy. She doesn't have the flexibility in terms of her skeleton. Love the levelness of top line. Love the overall rib shape and design. We just need her better. The doe that follows her, red dappled doe. Again, a profile individual that from the head back profiles really well. She gets a little coarser and less refined about her head, and an individual that when you get on either end of her just narrows up too much. We like the depth of side and again the profile picture that she brings us, but just need more of her in between. Just need more volume to her. The doe that follows her, young lady's red doe, one that's got tons of spring of rib. But she's a doe that as we evaluate her, she gets sharper over the shoulder, a little more in at the knee, and just doesn't handle her back legs as well. If we could balance her up in terms of that skeleton, that's a doe we like certain things about. Same for the dapple-headed doe that follows her, one that's got some length of side, and another individual that profiles really well, but when you get on either end of her, we just need to see more. She gets too narrow-chested and narrow behind as she moves about to move her any higher in this class. The gentleman's red paint doe that follows her, one that has some natural spring of rib. We appreciate the freshness and the genuinity that she brings. She's just a real genuine doe coming into the ring. But again, another individual that gets a little out at her elbow and just not quite as clean about some of her skeletal pieces here today. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of our exhibitors here in class number 3, our junior full-blood does, the first of the 3 to 6 month classes. Your top 10 here are as follows. Finishing off in 10th place was Carson Ahrens, showing AF19 Driving Miss Daisy. Your 9th place exhibitor goes to Raya Brandt, showing RJL14 Lady J-Lo. Your 8th place exhibitor was Delaney Zoss, showing PLS D1 Daphne. Your 7th place exhibitor was also Delaney Zoss, showing PLS D1 Liberty. 6th place goes to Lexus Euban, showing SFG F2 Stapleton Farm Make 'em Talk. Your 5th place exhibitor was Cora Bumgarner, showing BUM3 Bumgarner's Corella DeVille. 4th place will go to Braxton Kimmel, showing BRK1 Starry Night. Your 3rd place exhibitor was Nicholas Domenigo, showing SFG F2 Stapleton Farms Red Hot. 2nd place was Lincoln Dykoff, showing LDKF Bounty 2 P402. And your top exhibitor in class number 3 was Laney Brown, showing LJSB La Reina Roja. Again, that was the results of class number 3. We're now moving on to class number 4, Junior Full-Blood Does 3 to 6 months. The second of the 3 to 6 month classes. There are 38 entries in this class. Our random drug selector has selected 5th place to undergo our random testing afterwards. 5th place in this class will undergo our random testing. Once again, a reminder to all exhibitors, due to that overwhelming response of entries, which is a good thing, our ribbons for additional classes will be mailed out. So we have made some additional classes to accommodate for these larger class sizes. Those will be mailed out, as well as premium checks. You'll be receiving those additional ribbons along with your premium checks in the mail. We thank you for your kindness and your understanding in this matter. Those additional ribbons have been ordered, and they will come in the mail with your premiums. Lunch today will be after the junior doe pairs. You still have some time yet to turn in your photos for the photo contest. And also, all open exhibitors must be checked in by noon today. So photos turned in by noon, open exhibitors checked in by noon. Connie Ross Memorial doe class paperwork turned in by noon. As you move about the facilities this week, we ask that you stop by our many vendors here that we have. Those vendors include Weaver, also the Blue Bottle Lady, Cheshire Moon Farms, Biogenetics LLC, Agribuckle, Evolution Feeds, Triple W Genetics, Stock Vets, Lowe's Purple Vision, Stegall Fabrication and Engineering, the Indiana Boer Goat Association, Mormon Showtech, Style and Grace Boutique, Casada Creations, Seidel, Sullivan Supplies, Showcoat Solutions. Stop by at Hurt Builder Pro, also Kubota Tractor Equipment, Circle of Winter Sales, Kenna Cones, The Goat Shed, Outback Laboratories, and TD Wall Trailer Sales, which is located behind the judges or the announcer stand here. Stop by those many vendors throughout the week and give them their business. They would sure like to see you. Again, we are in the middle of class number 4, Junior Full-Blood Does, 3 to 6 months. Also today during lunch, we will be holding that costume contest that is sponsored by Beatty Livestock. Don't forget about that National Invitational Sale tonight at New Market Hall. Go in early, get your bidder number, get set down, and go to New Market Hall. That auction starts tonight at 6:30. Big round of applause as we dismiss the rail. We're still working on class number 4 of our full-blood does, 3 to 6 months.
All right, another one of those classes without clear and definite handles for us to just really latch into. This doe that winds up winning the class works her way to the top because she's got a lot of pieces that you really like. She's big bone, big footed, wide chested, big rib, long sided. Just can get a little outside of herself in that shoulder. I wish her shoulder was a little bit better, but when you look at that length of side, you get your hands on them. She's got a lot of openness to that rib cage, a lot of width and depth to that loin edge. Puts it together in a really attractive package when she's there on the stand. Just got to be careful. She's on the edge of being too far out in that shoulder, but we went ahead and said, hey, that's acceptable. We're going to use that doe to win this class. Big Cape doe we wind up with in second. On the profile, you really love this doe, particularly the front 1/3. Super elegant and elevated out of that shoulder with that long feminine head and neck, long-sided, deep flanked. You like a lot of things about her. She tracks away from you, gets a little narrower on the move, gets a little flatter in terms of her leg shape. Just would like to see more width and substance when you get around behind her and she moves away from you. Maybe the bigger debate for us was whether the black doe goes second or third. I think we wound up with her in third just because of her overall scale. She's not quite as free moving as the doe that leads out the class, but a doe that I really like her design on the stand. She's moderate. She's neatly laid in at that shoulder. She's got some width to that loin edge. She just comes up a little small, a little quick compared to the two does that lead out the class, and not quite as free in her movement as the two does that are up in front of her today. Doe we wind up with in the fourth hole. You like her length of side. Would like to see a little more width through the chest floor. She's got a good depth of flank in her when you get around to the profile. Just maybe like to level her up and keep her leveled up out of that hip a little bit as she gets there on the stand, but a doe that comes up with a lot of nice parts and pieces, puts together in a fairly functional, sound package. The black-headed doe coming out next. You love the foot size and bone work underneath this girl. She's just massive. She's stout. She's got a lot of ribs. She's got a lot of muscle. Again, one, I'd like to see that neck come up a little higher out of that shoulder, just have her transition a little smoother from that shoulder to that rib cage, but a doe that you just like for her overall substance that she does offer. And the doe coming out next, I like her overall design. Again, another one that's a little more moderate in her type, deep flanked, smooth in terms of her transitions, just comes up a little quick and small, can get a little rounder in that shoulder, a little plainer in the way that neck hooks into that chest floor, but a doe that we appreciate for just being moderate and functional. Orange tag doe coming out next. We like the length of side. We like the extension through the front end, how that neck comes up out of that shoulder really nice. Again, another one that could balance up a little nicer, particularly in that hip set, could level that up. She'll want to drop that top a little bit at times, can get a little flatter and narrower as she's walking away from you. Young man's black-headed doe. You like a lot of things about her in terms of her foot size and her overall stoutness, her rib shape, her muscle shape. She can get too far out in that elbow, in that front end. She can get really straight and lock those hocks at times when she's there on the stand. So a doe, when she's set up right and she's looking right, she looks really good, but a doe that's got some functional pieces off of both ends that makes it really hard to get her up any higher today. It's a little red dapple doe. You love the height and cleanliness of that chest floor. I love the sharpness of that neck. I like the curvature to the rib cage, but a doe, when you get your hands on her, just pretty narrow in terms of her muscle development. Gets a little flatter and plainer as she walks away from you. Tracks out a little narrower than you like to see. Young man's red tag doe, really attractive from a profile, long-sided, level top, tall fronted. Just not enough base width on both ends, not enough curvature to that rib cage. The next red doe you appreciate for just being big-ribbed, round-ribbed, wide-chested, heavy bone. Just gets really stuffy in the way that neck is jammed into that shoulder, a little round out of both ends. She can get straight and lock those hocks up at times. Then we get into some does that just don't quite have the power of some of the other does on the other end of the class, particularly when you get your hands on them. Let's give these kids a hand for coming out here, doing a great job, working hard today.
Another big hand for class number 4, junior full-blood does of 3 to 6 months. Your top 10 run as follows. In 10th place was Rylan Sherwood with RMR3 Rebel My Girl. Your 9th place exhibitor was Hazley Lash with TWALK Glitter Rock. 8th place will go to Walker Short with ROE3 Pretty Little Poison. Your 7th place exhibitor was Cameron White with CPW Parole's Party. 6th place goes to Riley White with BRRG1 Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. 5th place was Olivia Rosemeyer with 5RF All Smoked Up. Your 4th place exhibitor is Cameron White with CPW Miami Exclusive. 3rd place is going to Tegan Walker with TCCB Janie's Got a Gun. 2nd place was Lindsay Van Wyck with DTFVW I'm Luxurious. And your top exhibitor in class number 4 is Cassidy Pagel with Regal Unfinished Business. Now entering the ring is Class number 5, the third of the junior full-blood does, 3 to 6 month classes. There are 40 entries in this class. There is no random test selected for this class number 5. Once again, our lunch break today will be after the junior doe pairs. Junior doe pairs, and we will take our lunch break. Open exhibitors, you still have time to check in. That check-in must be done by noon today, as well as turning in your photos for the photography contest, all done by noon. Your costume contest will take place over the lunch break. That Connie Ross Memorial Production Age Doe class, that paperwork also needs to be turned in by lunch. That doe class will take place before the full-blood buck grand drive. Another reminder to parents and exhibitors, with the number of entries given to some of these larger classes and the additional classes that have been made, additional ribbons that were not handed out here will be mailed to you in the mail, as well as your premium checks. So we apologize that additional ribbons were not made. But these additional classes were made with the overwhelming response of exhibitors. Those ribbons have been ordered and will be mailed out with your premium checks. We thank you for your understanding on this matter. On the other hand, if you do want to take pictures, ribbons will be provided for pictures that you want to take with the judges. Big round of applause for our exhibitors as we dismiss the rail here in this Class 5, a large class of 40 entries of our junior full-blood does of 3 to 6 months.
Well, I tell you what, guys, welcome to the National Junior Show. What a phenomenal class of females. Give them a nice round of applause, guys. I tell you, these top five sure got a lot of quality in them, and these trio on the top end, really, really exceptional. Now, there's some differences when you get in them. I think the young lady's doe, when you get her out here, her top line, hip, and how she handles all that is just way out there in terms of quality, guys. She's so true in her spine. She's correct out of her rump. Yeah, where does she rank in muscle of the set? Well, she's probably third of this first trio. But she's unique in that the fact that she's as green as she is and where she's at, she's still the widest on the ground as she goes away from you. One that opens up extremely nice. That's a high-quality one, girl. This Cape Doe's one that just grabs you just in terms of look and kind. Got a little touch more muscular shape as you study her right out through her stifle and jump muscle. She's one that's still really, really cool in her design. Good in terms of her rib, in terms of where that flank sets in her. I think you study her compared to the class winner, she's just not as good out of her hip. She's not as extended and level and square to her pin set, but that's being critical of a phenomenal female that's standing in second. If you want one that's just got massive loads of muscle, this doe that's going to come third is big-backed and huge rack. She's got a huge inner thigh and depth of twist when you get into her. We like this female in terms of one for that kind of muscle to have that much bone and that much body shape. But then you set her in motion and you'd say, well, she is just a little more upright in the angle to her shoulder. She gets under herself just a little bit as she goes away from you. She's one we'd like to pick up at her pin set just ever so slightly to be just totally critical, if you will. Maybe gets just a little cresty necked when you get into that one as you study her on profile. But young man, I'm being way hard on a stud female. You got your chain hanging on. That's a really, really nice one. This doe, it's going to come in fourth. Chief, that's a good one too. You just ran into three war horses on the top of you. Long-bodied, extended, lean-made one. It's massive in terms of her bone work. We like this one quite well too. She just doesn't have the extra wow factor. She doesn't have the extra mass. She doesn't have the balance coming right out of the backside of her blade. She's not quite as opened up through her total hip and pin set. But again, phenomenal female just in terms of quality and kind. Young lady's doe that's going to come next, that is a big burly one. It's massive chested and really opened up in terms of body shape. But she's got some things that go with it. She gets just a little stiltier out of her shoulder and front end. She's one that wants to taper just a touch as you get back to her pin set. Here's one that does get a little straighter hocked when you get right into that one. Again, I'm being really critical of a sweetheart of a fabulous, fabulous female that comes in next. Young lady's doe that's going to come next, I think another pretty nice one. Big-bodied, round-ribbed one. It's got a massive chest setting in her. She gets just a little deeper tie-in right through her neck. She doesn't just kind of set that neck out of the apex of her shoulder, but absolutely gorgeous-headed one that's got so much quality in her. Just kind of ran into one of these classes where it's really, really deep from that standpoint. Young lady's doe that's going to come next. I think one that's massive chested. When you just get right in front of her from this angle, this gal really opens up with a tremendously square chest floor. She's one that's got some body to her. But then you study her, and here's one who ties a bit deeper in her neck. She's just a little thicker necked when you get into that one. One that just doesn't get out with extreme flexibility like some of the females that precede her in the dry. The doe that's going to come next, kind of cut from the same mold when you get into that one. She's one, again, that's got some bone, got feature to her. We like the rib shape in that one quite well. Here's one, though, again, just a little shorter neck, just a little rounder shoulder, just a little plainer in terms of her kind, but still a gorgeous female. The red one that's going to drop out next, still a really, really nice female, one that's got some muscle shape when you get on top of her. We like that female in terms of one that's very immature in this class. You put her in motions where she gets in trouble. She kind of comes unhinged out of her shoulder. She's not quite as collected off of her rear too. one that wants to get straighter in her hop. I think then you get into that next one. Still a nice female. Big, extended, long neck, tall fronted one. Gets a little harder and flatter in her rib, undoubtedly straighter in her shoulder. She wants to set on the inside of her body surface in terms of where her knees set in. We'd like to just fix her a little structurally. What a phenomenal class, guys. Congratulations.
Congratulations again, a large class, class number 5, junior full-blood does of 3 to 6 months. Your top 10 run down with the following. Your 10th place exhibitor was Kane Nearing with 2M Boar Goats Moxie. Your 9th place exhibitor was Eli Merrill with NF3 Newton Farms Lady Luck. 8th place goes to Ava Sand with SCA 16 Wild One. 7th place, also Ava Sand with SCA 16 Good Girl Gone Missin'. Your 6th place exhibitor is Piper Fisher with TKGB Rihanna. 5th place goes to Cassidy Pagel with Regal Standing on Business. Your 4th place exhibitor is Colton Westfall with 2M Boar Goats Duchess Royal. 3rd place goes to Tegan Walker with TWALK About to Go Down. 2nd place exhibitor Clayton Newton with CNWT Newton Boars Don't Doubt Me. And your top exhibitor of class number 5, our junior full-blood does of 3 to 6 months, was Bailey Brumfield with BLAC Black Friday Feeling. We now move up to 6 to 9 months with class number 6. Your class number 6, junior full-blood does 6 to 9 months. There's 27 entries in this class. No random testing selected for this class. I'd like to take this time to thank some of our many buckle and ribbon sponsors in the junior ABGA classes today of our full-blood does. Those include buckle sponsors Drew Pontius, Angel Heart Farm, Jackson Harmon, Bailey Brumfield, Mac Genetics, Srockwood Works, Chestnut Springs West, and Boars by Hobby. Your ribbon sponsors are 2M Boar Goats, Angel Heart Farm, Jackson Harmon, and Bailey Brumfield. Thank you to those buckle and ribbon sponsors for today's full-blood doe show here in the junior ABGA. Kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 6. Give those exhibitors a big round of applause. Class number 7, the second class of 6 to 9 months. If you have not checked in at the holding area, please do so. Class number 7, thank you. For those watching on the World Wide Web, on Showbarn Flicks, welcome you to this year's Junior ABGA Junior Fullblood classes. We are still working on Class 6 of does 6 to 9 months. Also, for you watching, those interested in tonight's invitational live sale, that live catalog, you can go to herdbuilderpro.com and visit our invitational sale. The National Invitational Sale live catalog is on herdbuilderpro.com. That auction takes place in Newmarket Hall tonight at 6:30. One more reminder to open exhibitors. Check-in must be done by noon today. All photos turned to the office by noon, as well as the paperwork for the Connie Ross Memorial Age Doe class. All turned into the office by noon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we lead the 6 to 9 class off with just a super balanced and complete made female, one that we really can't fault in any particular way. A doe that is just the epitome of femininity, a doe that's long-sided, level-topped, really cool about her hip design. She moves about the ring the best of anything out here, traveling with the most natural base width from the ground up. A doe that's very feminine, pretty, easy to look at, and a doe that we think has a lot of longevity in terms of her skeletal design and in her finish, as well as one that just fits the notch really well. And you put your hands on top of her, she's a doe that continues that balance in terms of her muscularity and maturity in that point. Just a doe that really handles the class well. We move into our second place individual, a doe that follows her in terms of length of side and upfrontedness, but one that when you evaluate her from a side profile just doesn't have that depth of body. She just becomes a little too tubular for us. We love the roundness to her rib. We just wish she carried it further down. And as an individual that as we get behind her, again, we love the amount of muscle that she carries down into that rear leg and into that inner thigh. Again, we just need some more depth of body to move her any higher in this set. The doe that follows in third place, one that we love the profile about her. We love how she comes up out of her shoulders. She maybe doesn't carry that levelness quite as well out the backside of that scapula, and is a doe that as we move into that rear third, gets a little lighter on that inner leg, just doesn't have the amount of power and mass in that rear third that the first two do. Young lady's doe that follows in fourth place here. Excuse me, an individual that is just raw power. She is stout made, she is bold, she is thick. she's a little coarser in some of her pieces. She just doesn't refine as much in terms of her skeletal design. She's a little coarser out of the top of her shoulder, a little more rolled out of her hip, and just doesn't travel with that flexibility that we'd like and love to see out of our first 3 individuals. Same for the gentleman's doe that comes in to round out our top 5. An individual that you love the roundness and the capacity that she has in her center third and the way she drops down into that flank, but is a doe that just comes in several different pieces for us. She's not as smooth out of that front end. She rolls up a little higher out of that hip and gets straighter through her stifle. Now, we absolutely love the width that she has out of that rear third. We just need her to put that package together with a little neater wrapping. We come into our 6th place doe here, an individual, super long-sided, elevated, extended kind of individual, but a doe that gets just a little bit more plain in terms of her muscle type and overall design. She's just not as mature today in terms of her development and her muscularity as the does that precede her in the class, allowing her to be just a notch sharper over that shoulder and thinner through that tail head, just not quite there yet in terms of her maturity today. Gentleman's doe that follows, one that gets just a notch plainer out of her head for us. She's one that gets a little shorter side. We absolutely love the width that this doe carries throughout, the rib shape, the turn to that rib, and the rib shape that she carries down low. But we need her to bring it to us in a little bit longer package with some levelness about her design as well. Gentleman's doe that follows her, a super refined, pretty made type of female, one that's got some elevation about her, got some levelness about her from hook to pin, but a doe that just, again, gets a little bit more refined and a little plainer in her overall muscle type as we move in, especially to that rear third. The doe that follows her, one that wants to narrow up a little bit. We love the femininity and the pretty that she brings to the ring, a doe that's just real classy in her overall appeal. She's just not there yet in terms of her maturity. I think she just needs a little bit more time, especially as we move into that rear third, to power up and fill up to compete with the top end of this class. Much the same can be said for the does that follow and round out the group, individuals that we think are mostly structurally sound but just don't have the power and mass. Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations to our exhibitors, class number 6, junior full-blood does of 6 to 9 months. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place is Walt Epperson with Hobby Striking Dancer and 2-4-2-7. Your 9th place exhibitor was Allison LeConte, showing LPVA Absolute Smile Pretty Mod. 8th place goes to Drew Pontius with RMA 2 Style and Profile. 7th place was Emmett Llewellyn with Regal Her Daddy's Money. 6th place was Cannon Wilhoit with Ford WTN Heart on Fire. Your 5th place exhibitor was Brandon LeConte, showing KUHN Smashes Cherry Twist. Your 4th place exhibitor was Cassidy Pagel with Regal Want All the Smoke. 3rd place was Taylon Davis, showing Maddie TRV Josephine. 2nd place goes to Kendry Vargas, showing KVNA Homewreckers Kim. And your top exhibitor in Class 6 of Junior Full-Blood Does, 6 to 9 months, was Jackson Harmon with JDHN Glimmer of Hope. That rounds out your exhibitors in Class number 6. We now move to Class number 7, Junior Full-Blood Does of 6 to 9 months. There are 27 entries in this class. No random drug select testing has been made. We've been asked to announce that those of you sitting at the ringside tables, those tables have been purchased. If you are not one of the purchasers at those ringside tables or have not been invited to those ringside tables, we ask that you kindly leave those designated for those who have purchased those tables. Thank you for abiding by this. We will now kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 7 of our junior full-blood does of 6 to 9 months. Still working class number 7. Class number 8, if you are not in the holding area, please be there at this time. Class number 8. We do have another reminder in case you haven't been informed yet. The Connie Ross Memorial production aged doe class will now happen after the senior doe pairs. After senior doe pairs, we will run that Connie Ross Memorial class.
Nice class of does to sort through here. I think we wound up finding a doe that's just really complete, combines a lot of bone and circumference of foot underneath her with a wide chest floor, but puts that together in an attractive package from a profile, really vertical up out of that shoulder, long-sided, tons of expansion of that rib cage, particularly to that forerib. You get your hands on her, she sure doesn't disappoint you. You get around behind her, she doesn't disappoint you there either. Wide at the pins, carries that down to her hocks and all the way to the ground. So just a pretty complete individual to lead out this class. Little discussion on whether the red doe goes first or second. I like a lot of things about her, like the curvature to her rib cage. Big, hard muscle doe, really wide muscle doe, a doe that probably a little neater in that shoulder area, the way it's laid in there than the doe that leads out the class, but definitely a little more restricted in that hip and hind end freedom of movement. Just gets a little tighter as she gets around the ring, can want to roll a little bit on that outside left, but a doe you sure appreciate for being presented nicely, being really round in that rib cage and having a lot of width and muscle in her. Doe that comes out next, just a really complete functional sound individual, maybe gets a little weaker in that top line, just ran into two really good does today. A doe that probably could win a lot of shows and definitely a lot of classes. She is nice and complete. She's wide chested, she's big bone, she's long sided, just ran into two of them that were a tick nicer today. And the dapple doe that comes out next, you like the length of size. She gets a little shorter in that neck, maybe not quite as wide chested as the three in front of her, can get a little weaker in the top line, but a doe that's just functional sound, wide and square on all fours, long sided, level down that top line. Young man's doe coming out next, you like the length and extension of that front end, but a doe that can get a little shorter bodied, a little higher in her loin edge, a little lower right behind the shoulders, a doe that just doesn't balance up quite as nicely, doesn't keep her skeleton quite as organized as some of the does that were out in front of her today. The doe coming out here in the 6 hole wants to turn those front feet out a little bit, but she's got a lot of width and a lot of mass, a lot of depth of body from the side. Just would like to see her a little sounder on all fours, maybe give her a little more shape when you get around behind her. Young lady in the black shirt coming out next, you like the extension, you like the tall-headedness, you like how that neck comes up out of that shoulder. She's long and clean and pretty fresh in her overall design. Just would like to drop that flank a tick, give her a little more muscle shape when you get around behind her. Young man's dapple doe coming out next, nice profiling individual. She's tall-fronted, she's long and feminine about that head and neck. Wants to get a little weaker in that top line. You like the curvature through the center portion of that rib cage. Just need to see her track a little wider and squarer and truer as she moves away from you. She wants to narrow up as she's going away. The black dapple doe coming out next. You like the overall design when she's standing there. She's just wedgy, maternal. I like a lot of things about it. She comes up a little lighter out here. You get your hands on her, and that's how she feels. A little narrower to that loin edge when you get your hands on her, but I like the overall design. She, too, wants to track a little base narrow as she's moving away from you. Young lady in the black shirt wound up working her way up here. A doe that's got some muscle, got some width to her. Just gets a little rounder at the point of that shoulder and definitely a little plainer when you get around behind her. Can get a little soft on those pasterns at times. Then the does that wind up the class, again, it was a big class, so congratulations on being out here, but there's some does that just maybe don't balance up quite as nice as the top end of this class today. Let's give these kids a hand for coming out here, bringing a nice set of does.
Congratulations again to Class 7 Junior Full-Blood Does of 6 to 9 months. Your top 10 are as follows. 10th place was Helena Almley with Melhoff Boar's Sleeping Beauty. Your 9th place exhibitor goes to Lincoln Dykoff with PF08 Mudslide. 8th place goes to Isaac Cruz Redden with RBMG Winona. 7th place goes to Macy Elliott with EFSG Bell. Your 6th place exhibitor was also Helena Almley with Melhoff Boar's Maddie TRV Spot On. 5th place goes to Henry Deitch with SLBNK Yoakum's It's a Wonder. 4th place is Braxton Kimmel with ZTJ 4DUC Sweet Treat 2-Shot. 3rd place was Jackson Harmon with Melhoff Boars Seriously Sincere. 2nd place goes to Colton Danke with GISTT Stand By Me. And your top exhibitor here in class number 7 Full-Blood Does 6 to 9 months was Piper Fisher with Maddie TRV Dirt Road Diva. Also, housekeeping reminder, snacks provided at the tables are for those table owners. Would you please, if you could, leave those tables and provisions for those table owners? We would be greatly appreciative of that. You are now watching class number 8 of Junior Full-Blood Does, 9 to 12 months. There are 28 entries in this class. No random drug select testing has been done for this class. Again, this is class number 8. After class number 8, we will have our junior Fullblood Doe Drive. Following the junior Fullblood Doe Drive, we will have our noon lunch hour. We will have the junior doe pairs after that drive, and then we will begin our noon lunch hour. Also, class winners, please kindly start making your way over to holding. Class winners, please make your way over to the holding area. Thank you. Big round of applause for our exhibitors as we kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 8. As our judges are making their final decisions, again, we need those class winners to get lined up in that holding area. Class winners of 1 through 7 line up in that holding area if you can. Thank you. Once again, that Connie Ross Memorial class will take place after the senior doe 12-plus pairs. Connie Ross Memorial after the 12-plus pairs.
Well, really a nice set of females in this particular class, and I think when you get in them, we've got some phenotypic variation in this set, and you've got to weigh and balance kind of where you want to put your selection pressure. We thought the two does on the top end were the most fault-free does in the class, and the doe that's going to lead out, there's just more of her. She's got more body. She's got more depth of heart. She's really, really attractive when you get right up to her front end. You know, she's a doe that can get out and go. She's sound and functional in terms of her angles. I don't know how many wow pieces she has, but there's no holes in her, and I think that's what sets her apart in this class. The Cape doe that's going to come second, I think compositionally, here's a doe you have to appreciate. She's ultra lean. She's fresh. What you see is what you get on this gal. We like her in terms of another one that gets out and moves with some flexibility and reach off of both ends of her skeleton. Ultra good in terms of how she's made out of her neck. No, she's not one of those that overpowers you from a mass standpoint, but her leanness and her composition is what really sets that female apart. The red one's one that's a little more moderate in terms of her skeletal growth, but you know, that's a big-bodied one. It's got lots of bulk to her. We appreciate the heaviness of structure in that one. A female that, for us, I think holds herself together better in terms of how she's made out of her hip and hind leg. Maybe one you'd like to lean up and freshen just a little bit when you get into her, but a nice female, sweetheart. Congratulations. The young lady's doe that's going to come next, one of the bigger, more extreme pattern ones of the group. We do appreciate the length of neck in that female. She's one that when you pick her apart, though, starts to have some issues you'd like to change. She's way too prominent through her breastplate. When you get right in front of that one, she's more upright in her shoulder. Here's one that when you get out behind her, in relation to her body mass and her dimension, she's just too flat. We'd like to make her more three-dimensional from a muscle standpoint. I'd like to turn that horn just a little more collectively for me when you get on to her. The doe that's going to come next, I think, is one that, you know, if you wanted to move her up a hole, you could justify doing that. Big-bodied, massive one in terms of chest when you get into her. She's pushing a little more grease when you get on that one. Gets a nickel easier in her top. We'd like to construct her just a little better out of her spine, but a big-bodied, powerful female gets just a nickel plain when you get her out here. Young man's doe, it's going to come next. I think one that you have to appreciate the chest floor in this gal. She's a big ribbed one. It's got a tremendous amount of body mass, but she just doesn't hold her skeleton together. She gets easy in her spine. She gets diverted coming out of the backside of her blade. One we'd just like to fix in that area. Young lady's got one that is a nickel straighter line, and we appreciate that. Super tall fronted one. For me, one that just gets a bit narrower gauged when you get into her. She's undoubtedly finer featured when you study her from the ground up, but beautiful female nonetheless. The spot top dapple, I think a big bodied one has got some bulk to her, probably a nickel heavier bone than the one that precedes her, but again, one for us that just gets a little animated out of her shoulder when set in motion. One that we'd like to just give more real power to when you get into that one. Free her up on her step of her skeleton. The dapple that's going to come out next, round-ribbed one. One that's got some shape. She handles with a big top when you get in her. She's just too straight in her bone work. She's too upright in her shoulder. She gets too straight out of her hock. We free her up on her step, lay her back in her angles, and she could move up in the drive. The goat that's going to come next, really an intriguing one. Here's one that, you know, she's got that wicked cool look through her front end. She's got some chest. She's laid in right in her shoulder. She's beautiful down her top, but she's just too flat and too dimensional in terms of her shape. When you get behind her, we got to open her up on the ground and give her more true muscle shape when you get into her. Then we get the big-bodied, bulky one that's going to come next. Gets just a nickel course for us. We'd like to make her stronger top, like her hold her skeleton together a bit better when you get her out here. Nice class, guys. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all exhibitors here in class number 8. Our junior full-blood does of 9 to 12 months. Your top 10 are as follows. Bailey Brumfield was in 10th place with Teal Genetics Strawberry Wine. 9th place goes to Eli Merrill with NF3 Newton Farms Bleeding Purple. Your 8th place exhibitor was Kellen Knott with BSMF Ramona Blue. 7th place goes to Eden Bassford with Cowman's Final Call. 6th place goes to Clayton Newton with CNWT Newton, Live for the Applause. Your fifth place exhibitor is Cameron White with RW1 Sweet Magnolia. Fourth place was Bailey Lamb with Bay's Easy Little Darlin'. Your third place exhibitor was Amber Schroeder with 1DRLA Daisy. Second place was Colton Schaefer with SFJT Miss Daffy Duck. And your top exhibitor in class number 8, junior full-blood does of 9 to 12 months, was Logan Holland with Tuam Boar Goats Jewels. We will now have our junior full-blood division drive. Junior pairs, if you can, get lined up in that holding area. Junior pairs, if you can, get lined up in that holding area.
Well, if you would, guys, let's put our hands together and congratulate these young people in this junior division. Phenomenal set of females and quality way deep in the drive. And we've certainly enjoyed evaluating them and discussing them. And it's always a lot of fun, you know, when the three of us get together and talk about them. We see the same thing. Sometimes we put our selection pressure in a spot or two different, but as you discuss it and you debate it, I think we come to a general consensus out here. I don't think there's any doubt for us. There's three females that rise to the top in this deal that you've got to consider in this thing. And the reality is none of the three of them look alike. It's just the way it is. There's one out here that maybe it's just really green and immature. But boy, that one's unique. I think really unique in terms of straightness of line, in terms of how the hips put together in this one. Maybe gets a little stilty off both ends of her skeleton. There's another one out here that we love in terms of roundness of rib and forerib shape and center body depth and softness of rib. This thing is massive in terms of just sheer bulk and power. But she's got some things that go with that. She's a little bit coarser through her shoulder. She's undoubtedly heavier breasted when you get her out here. She's one that gets a nickel rounder in her shape out of her hip. Then there's another doe out here that, again, completely different. Really straight line. Phenomenally level hipped. One that's unusual in that her body composition and leanness, she's one you say, well, there won't be enough of her, and then you watch her go away from you, and she's the widest one on the ground. Really cool in terms of pattern. Maybe you'd like to put a little bigger booty on that gal. But a wonderful female. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. Don't you think this is a phenomenal set of goats? Great set of kids. Give them a nice round of applause. I'll get your champion in reserve.
Your reserve champion, junior full-blood doe, comes out of class number 7, shown by Piper Fisher. That is Maddie TRV Dirt Road Diva. Your grand champion, coming out of class number 5, your 3 to 6 months division, was shown by Bailey Brumfield. That is Black Friday Feeling. We will get our junior full-blood doe pairs lined up. After the conclusion of the junior full-blood doe pairs, we will go into our lunch break. Just another reminder, the Connie Ross Memorial production aged doe class, that will have to happen after the senior 12-plus doe pairs. That Connie Ross Memorial class after 12-plus pairs after the senior does. National Invitational Sale tonight, 6:30, New Market Hall. Be there, be square. Check out that auction lineup on herdbuilderpro.com if you haven't done so yet. Don't forget, over the lunch hour, we do have that costume contest that's sponsored by Beatty Livestock. That'll happen over the noon lunch hour. Entering the ring now is your junior full-blood doe pairs. I'd like to thank Showbarn Flicks for providing this week's web coverage of the Junior ABGA and ABGA National Show. Your grand champion pair of junior full-blood does belongs to Eliana Sand. The reserve belongs to Ava Sand. Congratulations to Eliana and Ava Sand for those champion pair classes. Everybody stick around for the costume contest, sponsored by Betty Livestock. That'll be happening here over the lunch hour. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just approached a few minutes past the 1 o'clock hour. We'll resume with our yearling full-blood class 9 at just after 2 p.m. Stick around for the costume contest. Again, sponsored by Beatty Livestock. Another reminder that Connie Ross Memorial Production Aged Doe class will be taking place after the senior 12-plus doe pairs. After those 12-plus doe pairs, that'll be that Connie Ross class. And again, stick around for the National Invitational Sale tonight in New. We're now resuming with Class number 9. Class 9 is walking into the ring. This is our yearling full-blood 12 to 16-month doe class. There should be 30 entries in this class. No random drug testing has been submitted for Class number 9. Kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 9. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Our judges are making their final decisions, and we will move on with class number 10. Class 10, if you are in the area, you need to be in that holding place. Class 10, get checked in into the holding area, please.
Appreciate y'all joining us after lunch here today. We found a doe to lead out this class that I think puts things together in a pretty nice package. Definitely the sound of structured female out here, particularly like her. She's walking away from you, stays really wide, square at those hocks, carries it all the way to the ground. You get up in front of her, she's super wide-chested, really open to that rib cage, carrying a little more condition than she needs to, but I like the elevation of that neck, the angle that it comes up out of the shoulder, the levelness out of the hip. Just a pretty complete female to lead out this class. And as we go searching for that number 2, we find a little more moderate frame doe here in second. Again, another one carrying a little more condition than she needs, but again, sound structure, square on all fours, smooth shoulder, nice in her transitions and her body segments. Just a pretty complete individual with no major holes in her, winds up working her way into that second hole. Then we get into a pair of bigger frame, more elevated does, exceptionally long-sided. This red flank doe, I think, is really sharp the way that neck comes up out of that shoulder, really tall-fronted, long-sided. Wants to get a little weak in her top at times, can get a little straighter in those hocks at times, but a doe that you appreciate just for her length of side, her length of that front end, elevation of that front end. Though we wind up in the fourth hole, you like the length of side, particularly the length of hind saddle. A doe with a lot of muscle in her. Gets a little coarser in the way that neck blends into that shoulder, maybe a little more masculine and just in terms of her front 1/3, but a doe you appreciate for just being long-bodied, hard-muscled, wide-chested, a lot of performance in that girl. Green tag doe coming out next. Again, another one that maybe didn't blow us away in any regard, but just as a nice functional piece, super sound structure, smoothly blended into the shoulder, gets a little deeper in that forerib than her flank than I'd like to see her, gets a little rounder in that breastplate, would maybe like to see a little more natural muscle thickness as she's moving away from you, but a doe that's just nicely made, sound structure, going to have some longevity to her. This dapple-headed doe coming out next. You love the foot size, the stoutness of her, just a little piecier in the way she's put together, doesn't flow quite as nicely from her body segments, wants to get a little in and narrow at the hocks as she's moving away from you, a little softer to the touch than you'd like to see, a little looser in her hide. Black-headed doe coming out next. You like the width of chest in this girl, almost on the tick of being too far out at the elbow, would like to bring that back in underneath her, but you like the big square top in her. Gets a little steeper, a little shorter out of that rump, just a little plainer as she's moving away from you as well. Yellow tag doe coming out next. You like the length of side. You like how tall fronted. She's probably a little trimmer in her condition than some of the does that we've run into. A doe that just gets a little higher in her flank, a little plainer through the center and lower portions of her leg as she's moving away from you. And the spot top doe coming out next. You like the foot size. You like the stoutness, the width of chest. Just gets a little short in terms of her overall body length, a little short in terms of her neck length, a little short in her hip, and a little plainer when you get around behind her. But you like the openness to the rib cage, the curvature through the center portions of that rib cage and the depth that she does offer to that body wall. The purple shirted young lady coming out next. I really appreciate this doe for being fresh. She is giving up quite a bit of pounds, but she is right in her condition. She's really cleanly made. She's just really sharp and fresh appearing out here compared to the rest of them. But when you start comparing them in terms of width, in terms of overall internal dimension, muscularity, and width through that loin edge, she just gives up too much to really be placed any higher today. We get into some really nice does that maybe just a little plainer in the way they look compared to some of the other ones out here. Does with a little more structural problems or a little more conditioned as we get on towards the end of the class, but nice class of does from end to end. Let's give these kids a hand for bringing them out here today.
Our results here of class number 9, our yearling full-blood does, 12 to 16 months. Rounding out our top 10, in 10th place was Kylie Burns with Hobby Radical Addiction and 2400. 9th place exhibitor was Madison Kraft with MBG 144MK Siren Song. 8th place goes to Casey Marie O'Connell with 1KKF Mrs. Bubblegum. Our 7th place exhibitor was Kendra Helgeson with BFRB Brookside Boars Take Me Back. Your 6th place exhibitor was Riley White with YARBF Innovators YO11. 5th place was Farron Atkins with Gun 1 Consuela. Your 4th place exhibitor was Maddie Boyd with BGR Blue Gainies Naya. 3rd place was also Maddie Boyd with Blue Gainies Nikki Rave. Your 2nd place exhibitor is Walker Short with ROE3 Agava's Edge. And your top exhibitor in class number 9 of full-blood does 12 to 16 months was Cole Spurlock with MCRK Give Me One Margarita. We are now rolling into class number 10. This is yearling full-blood does of 12 to 16 month, the second 12 to 16 month class. There are 29 entries in this class. Our random drug testing has selected 9th place to undergo testing. 9th place will go under testing here in class 10. For those of you around the tables here at ringside, those tables are reserved for the people that bought the rights to those tables, as well as any of the amenities that are provided on those tables. Those are allowed for the owners only. Also, if you are getting hungry, later on this afternoon at approximately 4 o'clock, in the back barn, Boar Goat Mafia is at NCAP 17. They'll be holding some boar meat tasting. All are invited to come by and have a taste of some of Boar Goat Mafia's products they have to try. That is on NCAP 17. Look for the little red tent back in the goat barn. We are good to dismiss the rail here in class number 10 of our yearling full-blood does at 12 to 16 months. Congratulations again to those exhibitors. And again, judges are still making their final decisions on sorting the class. Class 11, if you have not lined up in the holding area, please do so at this time. Class 11, yearling full-bloods 12, 16 months.
our singular uncontested agreement out here is our class winner. This doe absolutely brings herself to the top from the beginning of the class, floats right in. There just was no discussion about who was going to win the class other than this doe. An individual that is up-fronted, smooth through her shoulder placement and across her top line. Love the breed character that this doe has. Big-footed, big-boned, still balanced and complete and well put together within her skeleton to allow her that fluidity of motion, a doe that strikes around the ring easy, smooth, with flexibility, with reach, that doesn't get up underneath herself and stays out on her corners without becoming too bold in her makeup. A doe that is correct in terms of her condition and her finish, and when you put your hands to them, one that is quite impressive in terms of her muscularity and maturity in that point. A doe that, as I said, easily handles the class. Well done. The doe that follows in second and then third, individuals that we see much alike, just one slightly more of than the other. An individual in second place here that is big, bold-fronted, starting to get just towards the forward point of condition and finish on this particular individual. And to that point, she starts to round off of that brisket and down through her barrel, a doe that pushes her aspect off just a little bit. We love how she comes up out of that neck, but would like her to maintain a little more levelness out the back of that shoulder. And as we get behind her, compared to the doe that stands right above her, just doesn't carry as well around the ring. Much the same to be said about the doe that follows in third place. From a profile standpoint and in park, a doe that just absolutely fits the picture. She's smooth, she's balanced, she's correct. She's pretty and elegant about her head and her horn set and breed character. But again, is a doe that just drops slightly off out of the back of that shoulder, and then as she moves away from us, one that comes in a little bit more and just gets a little choppier out of that step compared to the two does ahead of her. So much to love, especially within these top three. Our fourth place individual, a doe that is incredibly powerful. You cannot contest the amount of power, bone, and sheer mass that this doe brings to the ring. For that, though, this doe becomes a little more piecey. She's a lot coarser out of the front part of that skeleton up through her neck, through her shoulder and into her neck. And then as we move into her latter third, a doe that rolls off of that hip and is straighter and rounder out of that stifle and just doesn't have the flexibility and motion coming off of that rear end. As I started with her, if you want one that is round made, thick through the center, and loaded with muscle, she hits that mark quite easily. Coming in to round out our top five here, a doe that is long-sided and elevated and elegant as you can make one. And as often those points run together, a doe that starts to get just a little less muscular, especially over her top, through that chine and into her loin, compared to the does that stand above her. As you evaluate her and pick her apart from a profile standpoint, one that gets a little lower at her shoulder and higher in her rump and a little straighter through that stifle, but still a beautiful doe to round out that top five. We move into the red doe coming in for sixth place, an individual that is bold sprung and round made and capacious all the way throughout and super level topped. She just gets, again, a little piecier than some of the does that stand above her. And when you put your hands on her, she narrows up a little bit. We love the hair and the fluff for the look and the appeal and the pizzazz in the ring, and you have to appreciate it. But then when we get our hands on her, she just doesn't carry quite the muscularity that the does above her do in this particular class today. The doe that follows her in seventh place, a very pretty made type of female, but one that just narrows up all the way throughout from the ground up compared to the does that precede her in this group. A doe that is pretty from the profile. She's bold about her head, perhaps a bit out at her horn, one that we'd like to turn in and trim up there and just open her up from end to end. The doe that follows her, the epitome of elegance and prettiness in this particular individual, and from a side profile standpoint, a doe that has plenty of shape. But again, when you get on either end of her, one that just narrows up, she's a little higher through that twist and just doesn't have the inner rear leg that the does above her do in this class. Very similar coming in the doe that follows her, an individual that you love the headpiece about her, just the sheer breed character, the boldness that she has in that Roman nose and that jaw set and big forearm. From a profile, again, a doe that you really love a lot of things about, but when you get on either end of her, you just need her to open up a little bit more and have a bit more true muscle and width all the way to the ground. As we round out this class, individuals that we really like certain things about, one particular place or another on these does, but just need either a little more structural correctness or just a little more blend and balance in these particular individuals. Congratulations on a good class.
Congratulations again to our exhibitors here of class number 10, Yearling Fullblood does of 12 to 16 months. Our top 10 goes as follows. In 10th place was Miley Aarons, showing AF19 Summer Nights. Your 9th place exhibitor belongs to J.D. Young, showing R4H Medusa. 8th place was Tori Brinks with TBBGF Tinsel's Designer Valentino. 7th place was Haley Everman, showing MKHMK1 Too Hot to Handle. Your 6th place exhibitor was Colton Westfall, showing BOXF Box Farm Alarm Fuego Situation. Your 5th place exhibitor is Clayton Newton, showing CNWT Newton Drawn by Desperado. 4th place was Cassidy Pagel, showing Regal Caitlin Clark. Your 3rd place exhibitor was Cassie Faley, showing Show Me Boars Lucy. 2nd place belongs to Drew Pontius, showing DPON Platinum Edition. Your top exhibitor of class number 10 was McCoy Llewellyn, showing LFF6 Regal When in Doubt. Again, a reminder to exhibitors and parents, due to the overwhelming response of some of these classes, there have been additional classes have made, so we are short on ribbons. Those additional ribbons that need to be ordered have been ordered and will be sent to you via mail along with your premium checks. We thank you for understanding this matter. We do have an overwhelming response of entries in these classes, which the junior ABGA is proud of, but we kindly ask that you understand that some of those ribbons may need to be mailed out after the show. Don't forget about that Connie Ross Memorial class that takes place after the senior doe 12-plus month pairs. That'll be that Connie Ross Memorial production class. Right now, you are watching Class 11 of the Yearling Fullblood does of 12 to 16 months. We do have 29 entries in this class. We have no random selection made for our random drug testing in class number 11. We will go ahead and kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 7. Give those exhibitors a round of applause. We'll dismiss the rail, class number 11. Class 12, you should be lined up in that holding area. Class number 12, please be lined up in the holding area, please. Thank you.
Well, I tell you, kind of a bit of a challenging class to put together, to be real honest with you, in terms of just trying to put together one that has all the pieces. We think the doe that's going to lead out, we'll say it up front. She's too straight out of her shoulder. She's one that gets just a little tubular back in her rear flank. But you study just basic kind and composition. This is the female we appreciate. She's better in her shoulder. She's stronger in her top. She's more elevated out of the apex of the top of her shoulder, one that's really got a cool head and front end when you get into her. And she's got some muscle shape and power to her when you get into her. We'd just like to take some of that tubular look to her. Now, whether she's just a little empty from the haul, whatever's going on, just like to soften the flank in her. The doe that's going to come second has that extra advantage in depth of flank and softness of center. We like her from that standpoint. Really a heavy bone, big-footed rascal when you get her out here. But she's got some things that go with that. She gets a little bulkier right through the base of her shoulder. She's one that to have that kind of depth actually gets a nickel flatter than we'd prefer in terms of her rib shape. Here's one I'd like to strengthen in her top just a little bit in terms of holding her spine together. But a nice female that I think you have to appreciate the kind of quite well. The doe that's going to come third, if we could just change her out of her step when you get this one on the move, we could get pretty excited about that one. Tremendously long-spined and long out of her hip. She's cool out of the front end of her neck and how she ties to her shoulder. But she gets too straight out of her shoulder. She wants to get a bit prominent right through her chest floor for us. One that we'd like to open up in terms of width of base and strength of top. The doe that's going to come next, perhaps the roundest rib, boldest ribbed one of the bunch, and we like her from that standpoint. It's when you put this one in motion, she gets in trouble. She ties up in her spine. Even now, she just gets up under herself, trying to relieve the comfort zone. You put her in motion, she just gets too stilty behind, and you can see it as she goes. The doe that's going to come next, really a cool necked one when you get into that one. We like her from that perspective. One of the better ones from a composition standpoint. Structurally, she's too forward in her knee. We got to set that knee back into this one a bit. We love the angularity of front, length of top, and extension. Another one of these does that needs more flank to fill in the balance of her underline in relation to that chest floor. The black dapple that's going to drop out next, one that's obviously really cool fronted when you get into that one. We'd like to power her up through her rear third to match the chest floor she's got in her. The red dapple that's going to come next, that is an exotic necked one, and just in terms of tallness of front and how she's made there. But you put her in motion, my friend, and she is just too straight on both ends. She's too frail in terms of her foot and bone. Stouter featured one going to come next, but one that just doesn't hold her skeleton together quite as nice when you get this one out here down her top. Got a bolder one that's going to come next just in terms of bulk and body and rib shape, but one that for us that gets a little off in her hip, gets under herself a bit when you set her in motion. We got to make that one just a little more functional in terms of her rear leg. Got to lay that shoulder in completely different to her when you set her in motion. We come into the doe coming next. I think one is straighter line. She's attractive in her balance, but one that just gets a little hard in her kind. She's straighter out of her shoulder. We got to give her more flexibility out of her hip and hind leg as she's set in motion. Nice class, guys. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Class 11. Yearling Fullblood does of 12 to 16 months. Your top 10 are as follows. Your 10th place exhibitor was Thomas Gammons with GB3 Bandits Susie Q. Your 9th place goes to Lindsay Van Wyck with DTFVW Singe's Rodeo Princess. Your 8th place exhibitor is Walton Epperson with BSMF Innovations Hot and Easy. 7th place goes to Colby Wilson with WARW Glitter Queen. Your 6th place exhibitor was Colton Cobb Workman with Wonder Livestock Cover Girl. 5th place goes to Hannah Chafee with BSMF Memory Maker. 4th place goes to Jesse Vaughn with SQW Notorious. 3rd place belongs to Carson Knott with BSMF Miss Bubbly. Your 2nd place exhibitor today is Lindsay Van Wyck with DTFVW I'm Gonna Get Ya. And your top exhibitor in class number 11 of Yearling Fullblood does 12 to 16 months is Eli Merrill with NF3 Newton Farms Daisy Dukes. That rounds out class number 11. Entering the ring right now is class number 12, Yearling Fullblood does of 16 to 20 months. This class are random Drug testing selector has selected second place to undergo testing in class number 12, second place. Class number 13, if you're in the holding area, or you should, if you're not in the holding area, you should be lining up at this time. Class 13, please line up in that holding area. We'll go ahead and kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 12. Good job to those exhibitors in a big class. We should be having class number 13 lined up in the holding area. If you haven't done so and check in, please do so in that holding area, class 13.
Another good class. Again, one of those where the only thing I think we all agreed from an early point was that this doe is going to win this class. Does so pretty handily. She's just really nice and sound structured. I love how wide and square she tracks at the hocks moving away from you. Wide set at the pins, carries that all the way down to the ground. A doe that if you let her relax, she can get a little weak behind those shoulders at times, can get a little steeper from hooks to pins, but a doe that's just really complete and I think wins the class pretty handily. As well, searching for that second one, I think this black dapple fits the profile pretty well, just in terms of being nice design, sound structured, long, clean laid in at the shoulder. You get your hands on her. She's got a big, flat, wide loin in her. Doesn't disappoint you there and puts that together in a really attractive package. I think she falls really nicely into that second hole. So we go looking between third and fourth, a little closer decision between a pair of bigger frame does. They're both long-sided, tall-fronted. I think the blue tag doe in third with the spot on her top has a little more angularity to that shoulder. I think she's super deep in her flank. I like the wedgie shape from a profile, just a doe that narrows up a little bit as she moves away from you, gets a little narrower and plainer as she's tracking away. The red tag doe, big-footed, stout-made female, just gets a little coarse in that front end. A little rounder in the breastplate from a profile, a little rounder in that shoulder structure. Just would like to pretty up that front end a little bit for as much size and mass as she has. Little doe that comes out in the fifth hole, you like her practical, functional kind of design. She's wide base, big rib. Again, another one carrying a little more condition up through that front end and that chest floor. Would like to lengthen that front end just a little bit, give her a little more extension, but a doe that's made fairly right. She's wide, she's square, she's got a lot of internal dimension. Doe coming out next, you like the length of side, you like the width through the chest floor. Again, one of those that can get a little plainer if you let her relax, but a doe that when she stays propped up looks really well. Just not quite the overall volume, openness to that forerib, the width at the pins that some of them had up in the front part of that class. The dapple doe coming out next. You like the roundness of the rib cage. Would like to drop her in her flank a little bit, give her a little more maternal design, loosen her up in that hip. Let her track out a little freer and wider at the hocks as she's moving away from you, but you like the hardness of muscle, the length of side, the roundness of that rib cage. Young ladies doe coming out next, you like the long feminine front end. That neck comes up really high out of that shoulder. Again, one that can relax that top, get a little steeper out of her hip, definitely a little flatter in terms of her overall rib makeup, and a little plainer through the center and lower portions of her leg as she's tracking away from you. Red belted doe that comes out next, a doe that you love the expansion through the center portion of that rib cage, the depth to the rib, just a doe that can get pretty straight in that hocks at times, one that wants to relax her top a little bit, would like to just maybe give her a little better balance, getting a little heavier in that front 1/3 compared to the rear. Same with the young ladies doe coming out next. It's traditional colored doe. You love the overall just mass and bone and stoutness that she offers. Just putting on a lot of condition through that chest floor, through that shoulder angle. Just would like to give her a little more extension, a little more sharpness. You love the expansion of the rib cage, the muscle mass and thickness as you get around behind her. And the next red doe, you love that front end extension. Probably the best neck doe in the class. Really long and clean through that neck area. High and clean through that chest floor, but wants to relax that top. Gets a little narrow and flat as she moves away from you. Love the curvature through the center portion of her body. Just really gets too relaxed to balance up nicely. And then we get into some does that maybe just don't quite have the power, eye appeal, don't quite put it together all in the same package, but it was a really big class. So these are still really high quality does. Let's give these kids a hand for coming out here, making the cut, and doing a great job today.
Congratulations to our exhibitors here in class number 12, the Yearling Fullblood does, 16 to 20 months. Your 10th place exhibitor was Ashlyn Huff, showing ASHY, Oklahoma Sunset. Your 9th place exhibitor was Luke Hanna, showing C1C Best Decision Ever. Your 8th place exhibitor goes back to Ashlyn Huff with ASHY, Kentucky Beam. 7th place goes to Ava Sand with SCA 16, Made You Look. Your 6th place exhibitor was Allison LeConte with showing LPVA TMR Smiles Triple Crown. 5th place, Tori Brinks with TBB GF Sapphire Moonstone. Your 4th place exhibitor was Ryland Sherwood with RMR 3 Rebel Queen of Diamonds. 3rd place goes to Hannah Goddard showing Birdsong Boars Sweet as Pie. 2nd place was Tegan Walker with 2 CCB She's Drama. And your top exhibitor here in class number 12 of Yearling Fullbloods, 16 to 20 months, was Eli Merrill, showing SFGF2 Stapleton's She's Feisty. Now entering the ring is class number 13, Yearling Fullblood does, 16 to 20 months. There should be 28 entries in this class. There were no drug testing placements made for this class. Round of applause for our exhibitors as we go ahead and dismiss the rail here. Still working on class number 13, Fullblood 6 to 20 months. Class 14, if you're not in the holding area, please be in the holding area. Class 14, get checked in. Another reminder that we will be doing that Connie Ross Memorial doe class after the senior 12-plus pairs.
Well, an interesting set of females in this particular drive. We all agree that the doe on the top end wins this thing when you put her in motion. She's extremely athletic and sound when she gets out and goes. Really appreciate the attractiveness of front. Really like the natural sweep to her underline when you get into this one. And she's just an athletic one that's sound and functional and got a cool look up through her front end. We think a nice one to lead off the drive. The doe that's going to come second, we think the one of the pair in second and third there that are really close. And we chose to use the one that just is more comfortable when you get her out on the go. We like this one in terms of having some body shape and bulk to her. To me, she's a little better from a composition standpoint as you study leanness and trimness down through her front end. Agreed. Here's one that maybe you'd just like to put more muscle in her down low as you watch her go from behind. Make her just a little more functional in terms of the set to her hock. She's just got an odd set, particularly on this right rear, what you watch her go. But a nice female. It's a big body and got some power. The doe that's going to come third, you know, when she gets this one propped up, that one doesn't look bad. That one's got some body to her, tremendously big-chested. But she's one who's a little past 12 o'clock in terms of body condition. You'd like to neaten her through her chest plate just a little bit. Here's one that gets just a little stiltier and more restricted in her movement behind, and it's all a function of length of hip in that female that gets her in trouble just a little bit. Really an immature one coming in fourth. We all three commented, you know, this gal looks like she's almost in the wrong class. She's really immature. She's youthful in her kind. She's straight in her lines. But I think when you get her out here and get her going, here's one maybe that just doesn't have the power still at this point. She is a nickel more upright in the angle to her shoulder. You set her in motion, she's shorter again in her step behind, and we'd just like to free her up from that standpoint. But we like her immaturity. We like her basic kind. Young man here in the purple shirt's got a nice one just in terms of body shape, in terms of one that's got some muscle shape from the side. But one for us that gets just a little mature in her kind. She's rounder out of her shoulder, one that gets quite a bit shorter and steeper out of her rump as well. The dapple that's going to come out next, really one that I think you have to admire in terms of tallness of front and attractiveness. She just gets too base narrow. When you watch her go away, she's inverted in her shape. Massive chested, but just tracks too wide as she gets behind us and goes away. Big tall fronted one going to come next for us again that just gets a little more rigid in her angles off of her shoulder and rear leg. We'd like to make her a bit more flexible in her kind. Young man's doe that's going to come next, one that is better from that standpoint, but she really tapers out to her pin set. She's one that just doesn't drop down in her flank with enough softness of body for us. And then we kind of come into another one next again. Super tall fronted, gets just a nickel round her shoulder, just gets a little bit coarse in her kind. You watch that one get in motion, and she's just too labored and stilted off of her rear too for us. Great class, guys. Congratulations.
Congratulations again, our exhibitors here in Class 13. Yearling Fullblood does 16 to 20 months. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place is Carson Knott, showing BSMF Wild as Her. Your 9th place exhibitor goes to Natalie Scholl, showing CJSF DN20 Call My Bluff. Your 8th place exhibitor is McCoy Llewellyn, showing Regal Never Look Back. 7th place goes to Elena Blair, showing 3XAB Miss America. 6th place goes to Cade Sanders, showing GHCF Lost My Sock. 5th place is Tegan Walker with BRH7 Jameson's Ginger and Lime. Your 4th place exhibitor is Austin Pope, showing 2M Borgoat's Queen of the Party. Your 3rd place goes to Tori Brinks with TBBGF Luck Be a Lady. 2nd place is Tucker Llewellyn, showing Regal I'm the Bigger Bear. And your top exhibitor in class number 13 was Riley Kimmel, showing 2M Borgoat's Goodbye Girl. Class number 14 is rolling into the ring now. These are yearlings 20 to 24 months. There are 19 entries in this class. We need our class winners of the yearlings to line up in the holding area. Yearling class winners to line up in the holding area. Be going in after class number 14 for the yearling drive.
a really nice class to round out our yearling full-blood doe group here before we move into that division drive. A doe that's going to win the class, elevated, extended feminine up through that front end, opens up into a big forearm. A doe that comes to the ground clean and true off of both ends, stays within her skeleton, but still brings us plenty of natural base width and power from end to end. As we move these individuals about, she's the one that flows the smoothest all the way around the ring. You love her angulation, and you love her depth of side, and as she moves into that flank, correctly proportioned, an individual that brings you plenty of hip and expression in that rear third as well. To follow her, a whale of a second place individual, a doe that just has a tremendous amount of base width all the way throughout, front to back, a doe that has tremendous turn to her rib. We read her as being a notch too forward in her condition here today, but you love the length of side, you love the natural shape to her. We just really want to trim her up to move her into first place whole in this particular set. When you move into that rear third, compared to our class winners, she rolls off and drops from hook to pin quite a bit compared to our class winner. And those are the things that come into our mind, but you gotta love her and appreciate her. We move into our third place doe. An individual that's fresh and clean and true, and we love the natural power. She's a doe that's quietly powerful, and really have to appreciate that quiet appeal about her, one that tends to grow on you as you move throughout the class. Love the breed character and power about that skull. She gets a notch forward at the point of her brisket, and one that just doesn't hold her top line together quite as well compared to the two does that stand above her. And as we move them about the ring, she starts to chop just ever so slightly off of those back legs and just isn't quite as smooth about her stride as we move them about. Same can be said for the two does that follow her, mainly the doe that follows directly after her, a doe that we love the depth into that heart girth and the smoothness coming out of that front end. But as we get her out on the move, she just doesn't have the flexibility and smoothness as she moves away from us. A doe that you like the muscularity, you like the depth to her side and the turn to her rib. We just want to trim up and tweak a few of those pieces. The doe that's going to round out our top five here, one that is arguably a powerful type individual and a very useful doe, but as we move them about, she narrows up behind. She gets shorter sided than the does that stand above her in this particular group. We still like the depth of body, the broodiness of character, but as we compare her in this top five, she probably becomes the shortest sided of the five, but still a phenomenal doe. We move into our sixth place individual, a doe that has plenty of length of side, and when we talk about condition scale and how they hold it, this is an individual that's really pushing that condition scale a little too far forward, and for that not bringing us any more shape or definition in the right places, and she becomes a little narrower chested than the does that precede her. Much the same for the doe that follows her. This is a doe that we read is really stout boned, big featured, but an individual that gets really narrow off of both ends and really pushes that condition scale a lot further past where we're comfortable with in this particular class. A doe that you appreciate her size and some things about her, but trim her up and widen her out is one that could do better. The doe that follows next, just a real clean, classy made kind of a doe, one that sets out on her corners, but a doe that just doesn't carry that width and expression through that pin set. She tapers off as we move into that hip from hook to pin and rolls off as well, and just doesn't carry that width behind that we'd like to see. Young lady's doe that follows her, one that's really up-fronted and striking in that front third, and handles herself well enough around the ring in terms of a correctness point, but a doe that just doesn't have the muscularity. She gets a little flatter in that outer leg, a little flatter in her muscle type and dimension to be able to move her any higher today. Excuse me. The gentleman's black doe that's going to round out this top 10, an individual that has some dimension, has some shape. She just gets really straight off of her stifle and kind of impinged out of that shoulder as she moves about the ring for us. An individual that we like the shape, we like the definition, we like the dimension to her. We just need to clean her up off of both ends to move her any higher. Great class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our exhibitors, Class 14 Yearling Full-Blood Does, 20 to 24 months. Your top 10 are Walton Epperson, showing Regal, Follow Your Heart. Your ninth place exhibitor was Katie McCauley, showing ROR1 Candy Crush. Eighth place goes to Sawyer Curry with 2M Boer Goats Olivet. Your seventh place exhibitor is Kylie Hahn, showing 3 Hayes Delightfully Chubby. Sixth place goes to Victoria Gammons with WKMN Squash Blossom. Your 5th place exhibitor was Isabella Phillips with SBZ1 Little Miss Muffet. 4th place was Cassie Faley showing PFW Show Me Boars Brewin' Trouble. 3rd place also goes to Cassie Faley showing PFW Show Me Boars The Mystic. Your 2nd place exhibitor was Tegan Walker with BSMF Never Saw It Coming. And your top exhibitor of Class 14 Yearling Fullblood Does 20 to 24 months was John Freejay showing BMF 859. Entering the ring now is your Yearling Fullblood Drive.
we get out here into our yearling full-blood doe drive, give our exhibitors a hand. It's been an absolute pleasure to evaluate these yearling individuals from top to bottom and in each class. You know, everybody feels the pressure throughout the day. We got to keep on schedule, and we got to move. But we also have to make sure that everybody gets an adequate evaluation, and that you don't miss something really critical and deserving as you're moving throughout the class. I think when we stand here and we look at our first and second place individuals from our yearling classes today, we see some phenomenal does from one end to the other in terms of our ages, individuals that hit all the points that we really like to see in terms of breed character, muscle mass, just capacity as well, and then still are fluid and functional and correct on their feet and their legs. And if you haven't listened throughout the day, I'll tell you right now, pretty important things to us. If you have been listening, you've already picked up on that, that those are probably our top criteria when we come out here and evaluate these does. We set in and we evaluate this set and try to pick out a champion in reserve, and there's several that we really like and really like differently, and that's a great thing. You know, there's not one exact goat that fits everybody's program or everybody's direction, and it's great to be able to look at them in each of their own rights and their own designs and then decide which one fits that mark the best for what it is and where you want to go with that. We're going to use a doe today that is just phenomenal in every aspect that we've evaluated. She was just a shoe-in and an easy class pick when we had her out in her class in the ring. A doe that brings us so much femininity and correctness from the ground up. She's got capacity, she's got length of side, she's got elevation. She moves wonderfully when you get her out in the ring and get her on the move. A doe that hits that breed character point to a T, we think, an individual that we just absolutely love. It was the same decision in class as it is in drive, one that we just landed on immediately, and that's going to be your first place out of class 2. Congratulations, young man. Excellent doe. When we start to compare and evaluate for our reserve spot, the decision becomes just a notch more contentious as we start to pick apart and to appreciate the different things about other does out here that bring their own style and their own tweak to things. And we love the dimension that some have. We love the muscularity that some have. We love the width that some bring. We think the one that brings the most to the table and follows our champion the best is going to be our class number 6 doe, an individual that just absolutely rocks it. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our reserve champion, yearling full-blood doe. That goes to John Freejay, showing BMAC BMF 859. And your champion is shown by McCoy Llewellyn. That was LF6 Regal When in Doubt. We'll give our photographers just a minute or two to get their pictures taken. And then we will go ahead and resume with class number 15 of our senior full-blood does, 24 to 36 months. Those should be lined up in the holding area. Class 15, please get lined up in the holding area, followed closely by class number 16. Folks, if you haven't done so, please go back to the goat barns and drop by the Boar Goat Mafia end cap. That is on end cap 17. They got boar meat goat tasting over there. All are invited to come by and have a sample. They just brought us some up here on the announcer's table. If it tastes as half as good as it smells, it'll make you want to write bad checks. Walking into the ring right now is your class number 15 senior full-blood does of 24 to 36 months. There should be 13 entries in class number 15. Our random selector has chosen third place to undergo our random drug testing. Third place here in class number 15. Class number 16 beyond deck being the holding area. Class 16, report for check-in, please. Thank you.
Nice class of does that we got here to work with. The red doe, I kind of had her pegged to be a class winner from the beginning, and she never gave me a reason not to. She's just really elevated out of that front end, wide, high, and clean through that chest floor alongside it. Really uniform in terms of her body depth, level down that top line, level out of her hip, wide and square when you get around behind her. Maybe a tick restricted in her movement off that rear leg, but she feels her track pretty darn close, and a doe that I think wins the class pretty handily. So we go looking for that second place one. This doe we wind up with in second is just really smooth in her transitions, really sound structured. I love the udder and teat on this doe. I think it's something we definitely need to work on as a breed. Love how long and clean and feminine that front end is, and I think in comparison to the doe in second, she's a little fresher. She's high and clean and tight through that chest floor, just has a real youthful yet productive appearance to her. The doe we wind up with in third, you love the length of side. Again, another one that's long and extended fronted, really elevated in the way that neck hooks into that shoulder. Gets a little rounder in her breastplate from a profile, but you get up in front of her, super wide chested. Gets a little weaker down that top line at times, just relaxes it a little bit. Lost a little bit of that extra shape that she probably had once through the center and lower portions of her leg, but a nice feminine female there in the third hole. Same with the doe that comes out here in fourth. Pretty long, feminine fronted, long-sided, again, a little weaker behind the shoulder, a little higher in her loin edge, doesn't profile up quite as nicely as the does that were up ahead of her, but enough productivity, length of side, and femininity to place her into that fourth hole today. Big Cape doe coming out next. Another one that you like the length of side. You like the wedgie shape. She's deeper in her flank than she is her full rib. She can get a little high at that hip point at times. A doe that gets a little plainer as she's walking away from you. Just would like to widen her up, stouten her up as she's moving away. And the dapple doe coming out next. You like the length of side. You like the roundness to the rib cage. But a doe that gets really open at the point of this shoulder. Just would like to see that shoulder laid in a little smoother. Gets a little rounder, more restricted in her hip movement, and gets a little more finer in terms of her bone structure. Doe coming out next is Spot Top Doe, another one that's nice and feminine, tall fronted, long and extended, just giving up quite a bit of power and base width compared to some of the does that were on the other end of this class today. Paint Doe coming out next, another one. You sure appreciate the femininity, the up-headedness, the long angular head in that girl, the long level spine in her, just giving up a little bit of width at the pins, doesn't carry that down to the ground. Would like to see a little more width throughout. Spotted Dapple Doe coming out next. Big ribbed, relaxed top. Would like to see a little more muscle shape when you get around behind her. And the two does winding up the class just get a little flatter, narrower made compared to some of the other does on the other end. But nice females from end to end. Let's give these kids a hand for bringing them out today.
Great job here in class number 15. Your senior full-blood does of 24 to 36 months. Your top 10 are as follows. 10th place was Samantha Sullivan, showing IJ Farms Ida's Wild Tea Swan Lake. 9th place goes to Levi Dulms, showing DLMS Raven. Your 8th place exhibitor, Lorelei Rao, showing KIT K1 RDO4 Master of Puppets. Your 7th place exhibitor was Allison Shandy, showing TJ D7 D2 Boar Goats Something to Talk About. Your 6th place exhibitor was Bo Roberson, showing BBFFI Bent Wheels Champagne Poetry. 5th place we'll go to Riley White, showing TJ D7 D2 Boar Goats Uptown Funk. Your 4th place exhibitor was Chase Zilkowski, showing CRCZ Check Out the High Beams. Your 3rd place exhibitor, Grace Ellis, showing Teal Genetics Vanity Fair. 2nd place went to Clayton Newton with CNWT Newton Behind Blue Eyes. And your top exhibitor in class 15 was Eli Merrill with RMA2 Stars Have Aligned. We now have class 16 in the ring. That's your senior full-blood does of 36-plus months. Our random selector has placed 7th place in for random testing. 7th place will undergo random testing here in class 16. We'll also need the 12-plus pairs to start getting lined up after the senior drive. And the overall drive, we'll need our 12-plus pairs lined up. Once again, after the 12-plus pairs, we will have the Connie Ross Memorial aged doe class.
Well, we get into this older set of females, and I think, you've got a quality set all the way down, guys. And my congratulations to you on really proving the longevity within this breed of goats and the value that we got in them. We got a couple of 4-year-olds on the top end, and I think they're just a little different. The doe that's going to lead out the drive is just neater in her shoulder design. She ties better through the top of her shoulder. She is the more elevated one at the apex of her shoulder. We like the strength of top in that gal, really one that's balanced out of her hip. Got a productive udder sitting underneath that female and still has maintained that girlish look that we appreciate in one. Just a beautiful female. We love the power in the doe that's going to come second. That's the big-chested, massive one. It's got a tremendous amount of barrel and center body to her. She's just one of those that's starting to mature a little bit. As you study her right down through her front end, you study her in terms of the amount of body condition she's got on her. You freshen her just a little bit, but that's being critical of a really phenomenal kind of a doe. The red doe's the youngest one of the group. She's a 3-year-old in the set, and she looks very immature out here. We do like this gal in terms of one who's balanced and attractive and got some style to her. I think you study her in relation to the does on in front of her. Here's one that just gives up some chest width. She sure gives up some depth of body. One that just doesn't quite have the natural mass when you study her through the center portion of her body cavity from a maternal look, but a beautiful female in terms of soundness and kind and basic look. The doe that's going to come next we appreciate in terms of one that's got some bulk and power to her. Here's one we'd like to change her skull shape just a little bit when you get into that gal. She's probably pushing all the point of breastbone that you can stand in one at this point. We'd like to lean her up and freshen her just a little bit as you study her in basic kind. The doe that's going to come next, she is better in terms of head and horn when you get into that gal, but she's one that gets just a little plainer. She's just a little harder in her kind. She's showing her age a little bit, and sure, nothing wrong with that. Long-bodied, long-spined, long-hipped one that's still got some quality. Young man sure got a fancy one. It's going to come next. We love this gal in terms of one who's tall-fronted. She's super attractive in her kind. For us, she's just a little straight. She's just a little more upright in her shoulders. She's straighter out of her knee when you get this one out here. We'd like to just make her more comfortable in her kind, but isn't she just drop dead gorgeous? Now, you just love this one in terms of pattern and look and kind. I think here's one. You get this one mated right. She's going to be a lot of fun as a mama. Then we come into one next that's sure got that softness and center drop to her. We like that actual power this female's got. Our issue with her is utter longevity. Her median suspensory ligament's pretty well gone at this point. And I realize she's older. We understand that, She's one of those females that's got some quality to her. We'd just like to make that udder just a little more acceptable for us. The doe that's going to come next, big-bodied, stout-boned, heavy-featured one, gets a little plain, gets a little coarse in her kind, but really a powerful kind of doe that you have to appreciate. Attractive fronted one coming next, one we'd just like to stouten her when you get right out behind her just a little bit. Got a really cool necked one going to come next that gets a little fine bone, gets a little frailer featured. Then we balance with one that's just a little narrower gauged when you get into her. Beautiful set of these older does, guys. My congratulations.
Class number 16 goes as follows. Your 10th place exhibitor was Jordan Jelinek, showing MFR1 MFR1 Paradox Call the Shots. Your 9th place exhibitor was Lauren Sutton with MCR Little Something Something. Your 8th place exhibitor was Samantha Sullivan, showing TST1 Windy Acres 3D Beach Party. Your 7th place exhibitor was Lorelei Rouse, showing RDO4 Flashing My Trump Card. 6th place was Isaac Cruz Redden, showing RBMG Reckless Kelly. 5th place was Claire Santillan, showing HCBGF Indiana's Blue Summer. 4th place was Hannah Chafee with FCFG Blinded by the Light. Your 3rd place exhibitor was Colton Schaefer with Shepherd Creek Smokin' Rita. 2nd place goes to Drew Pontius with DPON Heartbreaker. And your number 1 exhibitor in class number 16, your senior full-blood dose 36+, was Adeline Horn, showing Addie Cocoa Drop. We now have our senior full-blood doe drive.
Nice division we had here in the senior division. You don't always get that. We had a lot of good choices in both classes and some pretty deep classes at that. So we got 4 really good females standing out here in front of us. I think, of the 2 class winners, I think our champion reserves on this side. I like both these females. It's just a matter of which one you like more. I like the added stoutness of one, the added width of base, the width of hip, the width of pins when you get around behind her. We're going to go with this 36-month-old doe here for your champion. We're going to go with the 2-year-old in front of her for your reserve.
Congratulations to your reserve champion, senior full-blood does. Reserve was Eli Merrill. With RMA2, stars have aligned. Your champion of this group is Adeline Horn, showing Addie Coco Drop. We'll get our winners lined up from each 3 divisions, and we will have our champion full-blood doe drive here momentarily. Also, to bring to your attention the photo contest, the People's Choice Award. Tickets can be bought for $1 each. Purchase tickets using the QR code or pay cash in the office. All tickets must be picked up in the National Show office. That is for the photo contest, the People's Choice Award. Buy those tickets for $1 each. Now coming into the ring is our champion, Full-Blood Doe Drive.
what I'm afraid of. Well, I tell you guys, what a phenomenal day. What a phenomenal day. Give these kids a big round of applause if you would. I tell you, it's a lot of fun when you start the morning and it just builds and it builds and it builds and I think that's what's so great about this program is this National Junior Show through the American Boar Goat Association is it's a phenomenal show. And you know, when you gather young people and goats from all over the United States and you wind up with 6 goats, 6 full-blood females of this caliber and this quality out here, you just can't go wrong. I mean, yeah, wouldn't you like to take these 6 home with you? Just what a phenomenal set of goats out here, and it's been a pleasure. I mean, from the junior division all the way through those older does, just a phenomenal set of stock, and certainly been our pleasure to evaluate them. As we said all day long, you know, we've tried to concentrate on ground up and design and skeleton. We want them to look like females. We want them to have some body to them. And then we want them compositionally correct. And what we mean by that is goats that have maintained some leanness and some freshness. And they've got to look like ladies. And then you put them in motion and they can get around the ring. And you combine all that with the mass and the power and the dominance of this breed. I think these 6 females put that together in an incredible, incredible package. But with all that said, this program is, and what we're doing today, and what we did all day yesterday, and what we did on what was done here on Sunday, has nothing to do with the 4-legged creatures that are in the ring. This show has been about the 2-legged kids that have been in the ring. And I can tell you for a fact, all 3 of us get to travel around the country and do a lot of judging. There are no greater youth livestock kids in the country than those that are involved in this boar goat breed. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Would you give all the kids that have participated a big round of applause? So to you young people, let me challenge you just a little bit. You know, we all have that person in our life that is that thing that makes us want more. That person, when you get in the truck to go to the show, you say, man, I don't care if I am next to last as long as they are last. Now, that's not being ugly. That's that person that drives you to be who you are. Maybe it's your friend. Maybe it's your brother or sister. You know who I'm talking about. That person you go, man, I got to beat them. Here's my challenge to you. I want you to think about this. When you think it's too late to be at the barn getting goats ready to show like we were doing last night, where's that person that you're wanting to beat? Probably in the barn. When you think it's too hot and too much trouble to go to the barn to rinse and blow one more time, where's that person you want to beat? Probably at the barn. Are you getting my drift? My challenge to you is this. Our challenge to you is this. Be that person for someone else, for someone younger than you, that they want to beat. Now be humble in your victories. Be gracious in your defeats. But be that person who motivates and challenges that next generation. Because there are every young person in this barn would trade places with the 6 of you right now. You with me? Some of you probably remember the day you were standing outside watching somebody else in this ring showing for national champion female. It's a big deal. It's a big deal, guys. Certainly been our pleasure. I think you come out to pick your champions. We're in total agreement straight across the board. We think there's 2 phenomenal females that are going to represent this breed for bragging rights and national champion honors this year. Give these kids another big round of applause. I'll get your champion in reserve.
Congratulations to all of our exhibitors throughout the day in this full-blood doe competition. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, full-blood doe, comes from the yearling division, shown by McCoy Llewellyn. That is LFF 6 Regal Win and Doubt. The reserve champion comes from the junior division, shown by Bailey Brumfield. That was BLAC Friday Feeling. We will get our 12-plus pairs lined up. Once again, that Connie Ross competition will begin after those 12-plus pairs have all competed. When we get our senior 12-plus doe pairs lined up, we'll bring in those 12-plus pairs into the ring. Looks like we have them lined up. Those 12-plus pairs are coming into the ring right now. These are your full-blood 12-plus doe pairs. Our Connie Ross Memorial age doe class will get lined up in that holding area at this time. We'll give those competitors time to get switched over as well. The Connie Ross Memorial Production Age Doe class can get lined up in that holding area. And one more time for that photo contest, the People's Choice Awards tickets can be bought for $1 each. Purchase those tickets using the QR code or pay cash in the office. Tickets must be picked up in the National Show office for that People's Choice Award of the photo contest. Also, tomorrow during the members' meeting, kids can go over to Newmarket Hall and watch the movie Cars. If they have not seen it 100 times already, they can go over there to Newmarket Hall and watch the movie Cars. Your reserve champion, 12 plus pairs, was shown by Cassie Faley. Your grand champion, 12 plus pairs, was shown by Tori Brings. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in the 12 plus pairs class. We'll now get the Connie Ross Memorial class lined up in the holding area.
Interesting class, never had to do anything like this. So just for your information, we did have a little performance data on these females. We had a birth date, we had their kidding dates, we had how many they kidded. Most of them had average birth weight or individual birth weights, and average or individual weaning weight. So that was stuff we were looking at as we were looking at the phenotypes of these as well. And I think that's really important. But when you go combining both of those, performance, so first let me applaud ABGA, the GOAT World, for having any sort of performance data at all. Somebody taking birth weights, weaning weights, reporting that, giving it to us. It's where we got to get to if we want to get somewhere. Otherwise, we're just looking at these things and saying what we think they are, and our opinion is what it is, and that's all it's worth. But this female we're starting with, easily combines the most phenotype and performance of anything out here. Phenotype's awesome. Performance on paper was awesome. So I think she won the class really handily. As we go looking at the doe in second, again, another one. And we tried to keep Connie in mind. What would Connie like? What would Connie do? So, I mean, Connie liked them probably a little more commercially oriented than probably what we've been picking most of the day. So she likes them lean. She likes them productive. She didn't like a lot of hair, a lot of bone, a lot of some of the stuff that we are picking in the show ring nowadays. This doe looks productive to me. She's angular, she's long, she's relatively lean, and if you look at, not that it's, you know, for what it's worth, she has produced a ton of progeny with a ton of points and had a ton of points herself. So she has done really well as a production animal in a lot of different respects. And we go looking for that next doe. We come to this really big paint doe, and there is a ton of weight, a ton of size, a ton of mass in her. You know, for that, she's got to be productive, and on paper she was productive. Phenotypically, would like to sharpen up that front end, just make her a little more commercially feminine type in that front 1/3, but a big, massive, production-oriented kind of female. Doe that comes out next, another big-footed, long-sided female, a little flatter in her makeup. You look at the weights of her kids that she weaned, they were a little bit lighter than everything else that was out here, so I would say combination of phenotype and production wound her, putting her in the fourth hole. The doe in fifth, I like a lot phenotypically. She's the one we did not have production data on. So given what the class was, we were like, what do you do? What can we do? So as we're looking at the production data of all of them, and we did not have production data on her, it was really hard to get her up any higher. Phenotypically, I think she would get up higher. She's wide, she's stout, she's big bone, she's got a lot of muscle, a lot of expansion of that rib cage. Just didn't have the performance data to get her up there. And then the black dapple doe, a little flatter made, a little finer in her bone work, production-wise. She was a little older at that first kidding than ideally I think most of us in the commercial setting would like to see, and that's why she wound up where she did. So let's give them a hand for doing the work, coming out here, participating, making all that happen.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in the Connie Ross Memorial Production Aged Doe class. Your exhibitors are as follows. Your sixth place exhibitor was Hadley Hensley. Fifth place goes to Samantha Sullivan. Your fourth place exhibitor was Allison Bayless. Third place goes to Blakely Harder. Logan Holland finished up in second place, and your first place exhibitor in the Connie Ross Memorial Production Aged Doe class was Bailey Burgum. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to roll into the buck categories here in just a minute, but before that, we want to call to your attention the National Invitation Sale will start promptly at 6:30. Now, please go on to herdbuilderproauctions.com and hit that live stream icon, and that will take you, and you can keep tabs on that auction as it progresses throughout the evening. But go to herdbuilderproauctions.com, hit the live stream button, and get on there and watch that National Invitation Sale. Entering the ring right now, we're rolling into the bucks. This is class number 1, junior full-blood bucks of 0 to 3 months. We do have 26 entries in this class. There's no random drug selection made for class number 1.
Nice set of buck kid as we get started into our buck show, and we think 1 and 2 fit together extremely well. They're kind of cut from the same mold from a type standpoint. This buck that's going to lead out the drives, one is just phenomenal in terms of top side shape. He's extremely expressive out through his rack and loin edge. Big hip when you get into that guy. He's a rib longer than is the buck that's going to come second, and I think one is still cool patterned up through his front end. The buck in second, I think, just like him in terms of kind, maybe gets just a little more shallow bodied than perhaps we'd prefer. Doesn't open up on the ground quite like the class winner does, but still tremendous muscle shape and power in that guy. Got a super look to him. The bigger bodied, softer centered, bigger testicled one standing in third. We like him from that standpoint. He just doesn't have the feature. He doesn't have the bone. He doesn't have the mass or muscle expression we see on the top end. The dapple-necked one that's going to come next, he's more correct than the one that's going to follow him in the drive in terms of levelness of hip and rump. Here's one, though, that gets a nickel flatter in his rib, gets just a little harder in his center body cavity. Well, again, one we'd like to see just a touch more expressive, like to set him in just a bit sounder in his knee. Got a really heavy featured one going to come next. It's really deep-bodied. Here's one that just comes unhinged skeletally a little for us. We got to make him truer behind his shoulder. We got to square him up in his hip. The dapple that's going to come next, super attractive one just in terms of balance and kind, but I think you study him in relation to his contemporaries that are above him, he just doesn't have the mass. He doesn't have the bone and foot and power we see in that top set, but a super attractive one. The red one's one is just a little more refined, just a little more extreme pattern. We like this guy in terms of one who's cool to look at. We got to square him up through his hip. We got to open him up right on the ground for us as you watch him go away. The buck that's going to come next, maybe one of the most extreme pattern ones, that to me is one that won't be right until he's a yearling because he's so extreme fronted when you get into him. He's a little more A-framed when you get right down his top today, and that's just that he's really, really late maturing in this class. The buck that's going to come next, long-fronted one, gets a little deeper chested, gets just a nickel steeper out of his hip, but one that's still got some quality to him. Now we got the different beast my little buddy's going to bring out next. That is as expressively a muscled one down his back. One is tremendously big out of his hip. He's radical as you get into his front end. The problem is he's just a little too quick in his kind. He's a little different beast, and we all know kind of what kind of his value is down the road with this guy. Just one that's different when you get him in the class. We come into the caped one that's going to come next. Bigger scaled, going to be a bigger one in terms of mature size. Doesn't quite have the muscle expression, not quite as opened up down his top when you get into that one. Great way to start the buck show, guys. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our exhibitors here in class number 1, Junior Full-Blood Bucks, 0 to 3 months. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place was Nathaniel Arias, showing R4H War Tank. Your 9th place exhibitor was Chase Zilkowski, showing CPW Blackjack. 8th place goes to Cameron White, showing CPW Pearl's Smooth Operator. 7th place goes to Clayton Newton, showing CNWT Newton Boar's Shack. 6th place was Emily Reed, showing EPFEN Slim Thug. 5th place was Colton Cobb Workman, showing WKMN Colombian Bam Bam. 4th place was Kendra Helgeson, showing BFRB Beyond Big Country. Your 3rd place exhibitor was Jordan Jelinek, showing JDJ77 Snake Eyes. 2nd place belongs to Eliana Sand, showing SCA 16 March Madness. And 1st place also belongs to Eliana Sand, your winner here in Class 1, Junior Full-Blood Bucks, 0 to 3 months, showing SCA 16 Bracket Buster. Moving into the ring right now is class number 2, Junior Full-Blood Bucks. We're moving up to 3 to 6 month Junior Full-Bloods. There are 34 entries in this class. Our random testing selector in the Junior Full-Blood Bucks Class 2 has selected 6th place in this class to undergo testing, 6th place. Don't forget to tune in to the National Invitational Sale. If you're staying with us, you can watch it on herdbuilderproauctions.com and hit that live stream icon to watch that National Invitational Sale. We'll kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 2 of our junior full-blood bucks, 3 to 6 months. Once again, we'll announce at your herdbuilderproauctions.com. Tune into the National Invitational Sale and hit that live stream icon. That auction starts in about 17 minutes. That is over at Newmarket Hall. If you want to stay with us and watch the show, hit the live stream button on herdbuilderproauctions.com.
rock star of a buck to start this class off with, an individual that comes to us with so much expression and width out of that front third. He comes right up out of that shoulder, but still maintains that reach and that stretch and that flexibility in his skeleton. A buck that's masculine enough for us in this particular class and setup. We love the length of side that he's got, the levelness of top, and he moves impeccably well out of that rear third, one that we just don't really find any holes in. We move into our second place individual. You talk about a rugged made, bold made, just big stout type of a buck, one that's big in his forearm, thick into that rear leg, but one when we put our hands on him just gets quite a bit greener in terms of his muscularity and just doesn't have as much product in him as that first place individual. One that we'd like to just tweak him a little bit in terms of his balance. He seems a little front heavy. Would like to stretch him out a little bit compared to our class winner, but a very high quality buck. We move into third place. One that brings us some length aside. He just gets a little out of balance off of both ends. He's still masculine enough for us. We appreciate that head shape and breed character that he has and that he looks and acts like a buck, and one that brings us enough hip shape and design there. We just like to open him up throughout the center portion of his body to make him competitive with those first two individuals. We move into our fourth place goat, one that we absolutely love the front third on. He's opened up in that chest floor. He's good and sound on his feet and his legs. He just runs out of gas in that rear third. He just hasn't quite hit his stride and doesn't quite have the muscle in that rear leg or in his hip. He's one that falls off a little bit more from hook to pin compared to our individuals ahead of him. Very similar situation here in our dapple buck that rounds out our top five. One that we absolutely love, the length aside, the bone work that he's got. He just gets shallower made and just not quite as mature in his muscle type and design here today. I'd like to see a little bit better breed character about that headpiece and horn set, but still a really high quality buck. Individual that follows him in sixth place, one that's tall and extended and long bodied, but one that gets uneven from front to back. He just runs a little downhill into that shoulder. And as he carries that rear third, one that gets really steep from hooks to pins for us in this particular set. The young lady's buck that follows him, one that's just super mature in this class. He's incredibly thick made. He is masculine. We just can't handle him from his feet and leg perspective as he moves about this ring. One that really narrows up at the knee and the hock and just doesn't get around the ring as well as we'd really like him to. If you had just put him in a profile set, that's a buck we like a lot. Individual that follows him, extension, length, level top line, but one that gets way too straight in that stifle for us today. Just really straight, which inhibits his motion as he gets about the ring. And as you look forward into this individual's future and as a breeding buck, that super straight stifle can become a severe issue when it comes to breeding time as a 2 and 3 and 4 year old. And we just fear for the longevity of this individual in terms of his skeletal design. Moving to the young lady's black doe to follow her. Black buck, I'll get there, to follow her. One that has some unique profile design in this setup, but we read him just as really green in terms of his muscle type and design. He just doesn't quite power up to the rest that stand above him. Individual that follows him in this set, one that's kind of expressive over his top. He's big in his forearm. He's got some width about him. He just needs to open up behind. Okay, one that needs to open up behind, needs a little bit more width there behind, and a little bit more natural power in the top of that hip. Some really unique and neat individuals that follow to round out this class. We think some of these bucks need a little bit more maturity and time to really reach their point and just to hit their stride. Really nice bucks. Thank you.
Congratulations, all of our exhibitors in Class 2 junior full-blood bucks of 3 to 6 months. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place was April Stover with AWS 1 Soul Train Rolo. Your 9th place exhibitor was Taylor Cluse with ECHT Valley Big Timber. Your 8th place exhibitor was Ava Sand with SCA 16 Thinking About Me. 7th place goes to Lindsay Van Wyck with DTFVW Trouble Is Coming. 6th place is Drew Pontius with DPON Deluxe Edition. Your 5th place exhibitor was Harper Hess with PLSD1 Deliverance. 4th place goes to Piper Fisher with TKGB King of Hearts. 3rd place was Eli Merrill with NF3 Newton Farms Hometown Hero. Your 2nd place exhibitor was Cassidy Pagel with Regal Do Not Disturb. And your Number 1 Exhibitor. In class number 2 was Walker Short with REO3 Traeger. Now entering is class number 3, Junior Full-Blood Bucks of 6 to 9 months. There are 25 entries in this class. 4th place will undergo our random drug testing. 4th place here in class number 3. National Invitational Sale starts in 4 minutes. Turn on to herdbuilderproauctions.com. Hit that live stream button to follow that auction. That auction starts in Newmarket Hall in about 4 minutes.
Nice young class of bucks here. Again, one of those where didn't have a ton of just super easy decisions and handles. I think this dapple buck we lead out the class with did work his way to the top pretty handily, especially when you get up in front of him. He's wide, high, and clean to that chest floor. Comes up really elevated out of that shoulder, has a little better neck-shoulder junction than the buck does in second. Both of them, I'd like to strengthen them up in that top line just a little bit, but I think the overall design, the width when you get around behind him, the structure and heaviness of bone of this dapple buck leads out the class. This big, heavier Cape buck that winds up in second, you like if it's length of side, you like the extension of that front end. That neck wants to hook in a little bit deeper through that chest floor than I'd ideally like to see. Can maybe strengthen up that top line, level out that hip, just give him a pinch more eye appeal and pizzazz, but a buck that I think easily falls into that second hole just due to his length of size, overall mass, and extension that he carries. Buck that winds up in third, again, another one that's pretty masculine about that head and neck. I really appreciate that. He's big-ribbed. He's reasonably long-sided, just a little frailer in his bone work. Gets a little funny as he's walking around the ring. Could never tell if it was the chips or what he had going on. He was just prancing in a particular way. Just wasn't striding out real aggressively and athletically like the rest of them were today. The blue tag buck that winds up in the fourth hole here, you love the length of side, the depth of rib, just gets a little rounder in that breastplate from a profile, a little rounder at the point of that shoulder, a little weaker in that top line, just doesn't balance up quite as eye attractive as some of them that were up ahead of him today. Dapple buck coming out next. Like a lot of things about his design from a profile, like that he has a pretty level, flat loin edge in him. He's just giving up too much power, too much base width to compete with some big, heavy bucks today. Buck that comes out in the sixth hole, you like a lot of things about his mass, his stoutness. You like the overall openness to that rib cage, just a buck that structurally wants to get a little narrower through that chest floor, a little weaker in that top line, just doesn't hold himself together quite as nicely when you get him standing there. Buck that comes out next, you like the length of side, the extension to the front end. Gets a little more tubular in terms of his overall rib shape, gets a little flatter, particularly through the inner leg when you get around behind him. A buck that has a lot of neat pieces in his profile, just not quite enough power when you get around behind. Orange tag buck coming out next. Lasted longer than I thought he would just because he's designed well. He's a buck that's just really smooth in his transitions. He's sound structured. He just gives up too much pounds, performance, and scale to compete with the bigger, heavier bucks today. The orange tag buck coming out next gets a little plainer in that neck-shoulder junction, a little rounder at the point of the shoulder, a little steeper out of his hip, but you do like the overall openness and width that he provides through that rib cage. Just not quite as attractive as some of them today. And the little red buck coming out next, you like the roundness and expansion from rib to rib. You like that he has some thickness from stifle to stifle. When you get around behind him, he's just a little quicker in his overall pattern, a little plainer in that neck, obviously carrying a little more pleats and skin up front than some of them that were out here today. Then we get into some bucks that are maybe a little taller, narrower, not quite the power, not quite the width or soundness of structure as some of them on the top end of this class, but showing bucks isn't always fun. So let's give these kids a hand for coming out here, working hard, doing a great job today.
Great job at a big class number 3 of your junior full-blood bucks, 6 to 9 months. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place exhibitor was Talon Davis with OYHE Monster Mash. Your 9th place exhibitor was Peyton Miller with HF7 Whiskey River. 8th place goes to Caden Yearling with 5 CRLC Wasted Away Again. Your 7th place exhibitor was Lorelei Rao with KIT K1 RDO4 Santana. 6th place was Natalie Scholl with Melhoff Boar's Headline. Your 5th place exhibitor was Kendra Helgeson with BFRB Max Porterhouse. Your 4th place exhibitor was Macy Elliott with EFSG Turbo. Third place was Helena Almley with Melhoff Boar's Maddie TRV Momentous. Your 2nd place exhibitor goes to Wyatt Stevens with Even Little BA. And your top exhibitor in class number 3 was Clara Murray with KVNA Homewreckers Heartbreaker. Again, that is the results of class number 3. We'll be bringing in class number 4 of our junior full-blood bucks of 9 to 12 months. We will need our class winners of 1, 2, and 3 to make their way over to the holding area, please. Classes 1, 2, and 3, top winners over to the holding area. Thank you. Junior class winners, if you want to make your way into the holding area, please. Junior class winners, make your way into the holding area. Thank you.
Well, an interesting set of bucks in this class, and I'll be honest with you, we debated a lot of different things on the top end of this deal, and this is kind of where we wind up putting it all together. The buck that's going to win the class does so because he doesn't have any big holes in him. He's sound. He's one that can get out and go. He's functional from that standpoint. He's got a cool look up through his front end. He's one who's got some muscle shape when you get into him. He just gets just a nickel plane for us. We'd like to open him up on the back side of his blade. We'd like to still give him more power when you get into him and study him all the way to the ground. But there's no big holes in him, and that's why he wins the drive. The buck we want to use is in second. We like his look. We like his kind. We like his balance. We like his length of body. We like the true, honest rib shape he's got in him. And then you set him in motion and he can't handle his hocks. He is just too tight and too stilty in terms of how he moves behind. But he's the most like our class winner in terms of look and balance and kind. We like him, young man. We like him. We just like to, and that's why we moved him again. We didn't know if he was really that stiff or he was just trying to act like a teenage boy out here, and it belongs to him a little bit, and that's kind of the issue. The bucket's going to come third, a unique one. That's a big round ribbed one. It's got a massive hip and top laid in him. We love the power in this guy. We'd just like to make him sounder. You put this guy in motion, he splays out of his front end. He wants to drop in his pin set. He gets his rear legs up under him. We can make him just a little more collected behind. Then that buck offers a whole different look and kind out here, and we appreciate him from that standpoint. The buck that's going to come forth, really a manly sort of rascal as you study him through his front third. He's one, though, that when you get underneath him, he gets awfully straight out of his hock behind. He's more upright in the angle to his shoulder. He's one we'd like to see track wider on the ground as he goes away. The buck the young ladies are going to bring out next, surely a big centered, deep, soggy one. He just gets a little easy topped when you get him out here. We'd like to balance him out on his top side. But he's one that I think when you study him from a kind perspective, soundness and function and rib, he's got those things. You'd just like to hold his skeleton together better for us. The paint that's going to come out next, surely in a super attractive one, a tall-fronted one. We think one that's got some pieces you have to appreciate. But then you watch this guy, just like him standing now. He gets really, really base narrow, both fore and rear. He comes in at the knees. We square him out to the ground, put more power in the back third of this guy, all the way from the hip to the ground. Then he becomes a contender in the thing because he's cool pattern, cool to look at. The black dapple that's going to drop out next, surely one that as you study him maybe is more opened up through his loin edge and his hip, but he just gets awfully refined in terms of his bone work. He's tighter and harder in his rib. The reds that are going to balance them, we chose one that's sure a big skeleton, extended late maturing rascal. He just needs more bone and more flank and more body to him. Same thing to the other red one, the white-legged one back there. One that, to me, that gets just a little smaller in terms of scrotal circumference. Knees got to be made more correct than that guy. Got to open him up a bit. Nice class, guys. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our class winners here in class number 4 of our junior full-blood bucks, 9 to 12 months. Your class goes as follows. Your 9th place exhibitor was Lorelei Rao, showing RDO for explicit content. Your 8th place exhibitor was Walton Epperson with Teal Genetics Valentino. 7th place belongs to Thomas Gammons with GB3 Smokin' Desperado. 6th place goes to Bailey Lamb with Bay's Peppermint Hippo. Your 5th place exhibitor was Casey Marie O'Connell with 1 KKF Metallic Cat. 4th place goes to Cassidy Pega with Regal The Main Thing. 3rd place was Cameron White with CPW Jimmy's Chasing Trouble. And 2nd place was Cole Hendrickson with DLAC Ash Suited Up. And your top exhibitor with class number 4 was Will Pointer with John's Blueprint. We will now have the class winners from classes 1 through 4 enter the ring. This is your junior full-blood division drive. Ladies and gentlemen, those tables at ringside are designated for those who have purchased the rights to those tables. Those tables and the provisions that are provided on those tables belong to the owners that have bid on those tables at ringside. We'd like to remind you that. Thank you if you abide by those rules. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
A fairly easy decision for all three of us when we get out here to our junior buck drive. We've seen some pretty quality individuals at the top of each class. we're going to go with a couple of bucks that came out of some really competitive classes, individuals that had what we think is really sound structure from the ground up, individuals that bring us plenty of breed character and shape and design as well, and have a little bit of trendy look to them as well. Individuals that we think have plenty of functionality about them and longevity in their skeletal design as well. Give these exhibitors a hand. We'll select your champion in reserve.
Congratulations to our exhibitors here in the Junior Full-Blood Division Drive. Your champion is shown by Walker Short. That is ROE3 Traeger. Your reserve champion belongs to Eliana Sand. That is SCA 16 Bracket Buster. We'll give those exhibitors time to get their photo opportunities in, and then we'll go ahead and line up our junior pairs. In the ring right now is our junior pairs. Our judges will line up and judge these junior pairs. We need class number 5 of our yearling full-blood bucks, 12 to 16 months, to line up in that holding area. Class number 5, go ahead and get lined up in the holding area, please. Your champion junior pair bucks is shown by Eliana Sand. And your reserve champion pair of junior bucks is shown by Ashlyn Huff. Lindsay Van Wyck. My mistake. Lindsay Van Wyck. Wyck is the exhibitor of the reserve champion pair of junior bucks. We will have our junior mixed pairs coming in here. Entering the ring is your junior mixed pairs. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion mixed pairs belongs to Eliana Sand, and your reserve was Eli Merrill. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in the mixed pairs category. We should have Class 5, our yearling bucks, lined up in the holding pen. Class 5, if you are not in that holding pen, you're going to be walking into the ring here in just a few seconds. Class 6 will follow closely behind. Coming in the ring now is class number 5, your yearling full-blood bucks of 12 to 16 months. Should be 13 entries in this class. Our random selector has selected 7th place to undergo our testing. 7th place here in class number 5.
As we start this yearling set of bucks out, we're going to use a gentleman with his buck that just really comes in and wallops the class in terms of structural correctness, breed character, a buck that moves free and easy around the ring. He's so smooth and well made through that shoulder and up into his neck, and carries that smoothness right off across his top line and into a really sound hip structure, one that has got plenty of natural base width from end to end and carries it well and is fresh and correct in his condition and in his maturity scale. Just a really nice, well-balanced buck. Well done. We follow him with just a powerhouse coming into second place here, an individual that is huge-footed, huge-boned, stout-featured all the way throughout. Absolutely love the headpiece on this buck, head and horn set, just phenomenal on this individual. You want to know what a masculine, well-made Roman nose boar head is supposed to look like. We've got him sitting right up here in the top three. This individual, while we love just the massiveness and stout feature of him, when you compare him to how the class winner walks and moves about the ring, he just narrows up way too much at the ground, especially going away from us today to move him into that first place spot. Young lady's buck coming in third place here. One that, again, is massive and stout featured and bold made and masculine. He's getting a little more forward at the point of his brisket and a little narrower chested and narrower at the base compared to the two that precede him. We love the hip shape that he's got. We love the center dimension that he brings to us. That's a really high quality buck. Well done. Gentleman's black paint buck that follows here in fourth place, one that is bold made through the center. He's big-footed, he's stout, an individual that carries plenty of length aside. For how bold and stout made he is and his bone working through his center third, he's another one that we just need to see open up more behind and give us just a notch more flexibility through that stifle. He gets a little straighter and impinged through that stifle and just doesn't have the flexibility, which leads us into our red buck that follows him to round out our top five. One that for us is just gorgeous fronted, one that in terms of his shoulder and his neck placement and then across his top line, things we'd like to change about him. We'd like to fix the headpiece on this individual, and then as we get into that latter third, one that just gets super straight out of his stifle and just doesn't have the flexibility and motion that we'd like to see and that the individuals ahead of him do here today. But top five, what a set of bucks in this class. We move into here in our sixth place individual. We've got another big stout made buck, one that gets a little easier in his top, a little lighter there in the top of his hip, just doesn't have the muscularity and drive that the bucks do that stand ahead of him today. Individual's buck that follows him next, big fronted, bold made front third, great big center third, plenty of rib and shape there. What we'd like to change about him is give him a notch more set to his stifle. He just gets really straight and doesn't have the flexibility in that rear leg that we'd like to see him with here today. Gentleman's buck that follows, one that's rugged made. He's got plenty of masculinity about him, big-footed. He gets a little bit shorter-sided, a little higher-hipped compared to the bucks that stand above him. And as we get into that rear third is another one that just doesn't have the flexibility out of that stifle. The buck that follows him, one that's got some extension up through the front and some length of side, but he just gets a notch narrower all the way throughout, through that rib cage and all the way into that hip shape. Just doesn't carry the inner leg and muscle that we'd like to see. The young lady's buck that's going to round out this class, one that just gets quite a bit plainer than those that precede her in this group.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's your results of class number 5, yearling full-blood bucks of 12 to 16 months. Your 10th place exhibitor was Lauren Sutton, showing Cass Slow Burn. 9th place exhibitor goes to Lorelei Rao, showing RDO4 Haas. 8th place goes to Lorelei Rao, showing RDO4 Bo Martin. 7th place goes to Miley Ahrens, showing AF19 Cool Hand Luke. 6th place was Cameron White with RW1 DWI. 5th place goes to Emily Reed, showing EPFEN Spider-Man. 4th place was Kellen Knott, showing MMKBG PFOH Shook Me All Night Long. 3rd place, Ellie Doyle, showing DFFB Bowtie and Bubbly. Your 2nd place exhibitor was Casey Marie O'Connell with 2M Boer Goats, 2M Sticks. And your number 1 exhibitor here in yearling buck class of 12 to 16 months was Clayton Newton with CNWT Newton Boers Live Wire. Coming in the ring right now is class number 6, your yearling full-blood buck class of 16 to 20 months. A random selector has selected 5th place in this class to undergo testing here in class number 6.
All right, we got this class whittled down to $4. The red buck, the red white belted buck, when he gets on the move, pulls himself together as well as anything out here. He gets around the ring, levels out that top, levels out his hip, walks around pretty fluidly and seamlessly. A buck that's got a lot of curvature to that rib cage, width through that chest floor. Just a buck that soundness of structure is kind of a big thing for us when we're evaluating these, and he puts it all together in a pretty nice package. Buck in second, standing there, love a lot of things about him. Big rib, big-footed. He's the one that when he does get around, he gets a little narrower and flatter at the hocks than I'd like to see. I just think the red buck has a decided advantage in soundness over the buck we wind up with in second. I do like him standing there, and he has a lot of pieces that are going to do a lot of people a lot of good. Buck we wind up with in third, really like the curvature to that head, that nose in that fella. Just a more traditionally designed kind of buck. Gets a little weaker behind his shoulders, a little flatter in his rib shape, but you like the extension, you like the length of side. A buck that has a lot of good parts and pieces. And then the little buck that winds up the class, I like a lot of things about his design. I think he's smooth-shouldered. I think he's just pretty neat in the way he's all put together. He just comes up a little small scale, a little lower performance compared to these big heavy bucks out here, and it's hard to get him out of fourth hole, but nice set of bucks from Indiana. Let's give him a hand for coming out today.
Congratulations, our exhibitors here in class number 6 of our yearling full-blood bucks of 16 to 20 months. Your fourth place exhibitor was Olivia Rosemeyer, showing 5 RF Cool Ghoul. Third place goes to Cassie Jo Stevens with Even Little Wichita. Second place goes to Amber Schroeder with 1 DRLA Rum Runner. And your top exhibitor in class number 6 was Taylon Davis with RMA2 No Limits. We'll now roll into the yearling full-blood buck division drive.
Well, really a high-quality set of these yearlings out here. Maybe not quite the numbers in terms of entries, but still we have a nice set out here. I think when you get the 4 bucks out, it just kind of comes down to who can get out and move and who's sound and who's got the most form and function out here. There's one buck that combines that along with balance and quality to an extremely high degree. Big-footed, heavy-boned, big-chested rascal that holds himself together a little better. The reserve buck in this division, super good in terms of shape and just sheer power. Maybe just doesn't have the balance of how he's designed through his shoulder and down his top. Certainly been our pleasure, guys. Give these kids in this yearling buck division a nice round of applause. Your champion yearling bucks out of Class 1, the young man's got right here. Reserves out of Class 2. Congratulations.
And congratulations on our exhibitors of our Yearling Fullblood Buck Drive. Your reserve champion belongs to Taylon Davis with RMA2 No Limits. Your champion, Yearling Fullblood, belongs to Clayton Newton with CNWT Newton Boars Live Wire. We'll get our seniors lined up. We have 2 classes of seniors, and then we'll be getting into our pairs and our groups. We should have class number 8 lined up. Moving into your senior category. Class number 8 is your senior bucks of 24 to 36 months. I'd like to remind everybody that tomorrow during the lunch break, kids can go over to Newmarket Hall to watch a movie. They're showing the premiere of Cars. That'll be during that 2-hour lunch break tomorrow. And again, tomorrow night at 6 p.m. is the awards ceremony. Entering the ring right now is class number 8 of your senior full-blood bucks of 24 to 36 months. A random selector has selected 3rd and 4th place that can undergo drug testing in class number 8. 3rd and 4th place here in class number 8.
Well, a nice set of bucks as we start into this older division, and I think you got a buck that just dominates this thing out here in this class. This guy that's going to lead out to drive is so much sounder than anything else in the class. Really tall fronted, tremendously long top, big hipped rascal. It's got a tremendously heavy bone structure underneath him. You like the foot and power in this guy, and still really good in his shoulders. This guy's put together. You just study how he lays back in his knee and his comfort zone in terms of how he gets around the ring. That's a nice one, young man. Congratulations. The buck that's going to come second, probably one that squares up nicer through his hip, and we like that about him. Tremendously long spine, long-bodied one. But the issue with this guy, you can see him out here. He's just too straight in his shoulder. He rocks forward in his knees up here. We just got to make him sounder as he comes out of his front end. But a buck that's got some quality about him. The dapple that's going to balance the class, long-bodied one that's got some extension. This guy gets a nickel planer. We'd like to open the horn up in this guy. We just got to have more power, rib shape, muscularity, and stout in that one. Nice class of older bucks, guys. Congratulations.
Your class number 8 results are as follows. In third place was Larry Marr, showing JRM2 Kaboom. Second place exhibitor was Cannon Wilhoit, showing 4WTN Whiskey Bent. And your top exhibitor in class number 8 is Knox Logan with YARBF Innovator Smooth Call. We have one entry here in class number 9, and then we'll have our senior full-blood division drive.
I get the easiest class of the day to talk right here. You know, it is fitting that here at the National Show we have our only single entry class and a whale of a buck to come in and stand in the single entry class that you can talk about practically all day long in terms of breed character, muscularity, skeletal design and build, foot size, flexibility, all of those things that we like to talk about. A buck that hits the mark. Congratulations here in your single entry class.
Your class number 9 winner is Piper Fisher with TKBG Troubleshooter. We'll now have our senior full-blood buck drive. And entering the ring right now is your senior drive.
All right. Smaller division than we've had all day, but three really good bucks standing out here. All of them got some really good attributes. A little bit of difference in terms of their overall type. There's one that I think just extremely wide, out of both ends, super open in that rib cage, probably a tick more sound in terms of the way that elbow falls underneath its front end. We're going to use this older buck out of this last class for your champion here today. The buck standing right in front of him for reserve.
Your champion senior full-blood buck belongs to Piper Fisher. That is TKGB treble shooter. And your reserve champion belongs to Knox Logan, YARBF Innovators Smooth Call. We'll now bring our division winners back in for our champion full-blood buck drive. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the Junior ABGA would like to take this opportunity to thank our three judges today, Terry Burks, Nick Hammett, and Josh Steffens, for their hard work the last 2 days. They're presenting them with these commemorative buckles. Thank you, judges, for your hard work and your expertise. They still got a few more classes to judge yet. One big thank you again to our judges today. They've done a great job. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move into our pairs and our group categories now. And we also have our overall grand buck drive first, because we have those division winners lined up in the holding area now. And entering the ring now is your junior ABGA champion Fullblood Buck Drive. We'll get them groups lined up into the holding pen. Also like to remind everybody that tomorrow night in the award ceremony, there's an ice cream party sponsored by Gibbs Farm. This event does take place at Newmarket Hall. They are looking forward to announcing scholarship winners, recognizing the youth who competed in the contest this week, and crowning the champions for the regional show series. Again, that's the award ceremony tomorrow night at Newmarket Hall. And that ice cream party sponsored by Gibbs Farm.
I want to start by saying it has been a pleasure and a true honor to come and evaluate these animals for our junior exhibitors today, last night and today both. Phenomenal set. I know it's been a long day. We've tried to move through as quickly as possible without overlooking individuals that deserved the look. Okay. Want to make sure that fairness is had and that you all get the time and the eye that you need and deserve for the work that you've put in. We've got a phenomenal set of bucks out here for our champion drive. As we're wrapping up this portion of the show and kind of segue into a finale, if it were. Phenomenal set of bucks. You know, there's two junior bucks that are youthful, they're flexible, they're correct, they're sound made, and there's so much future in them that you can see in terms of not just product and dimension, but breeding pieces and program future as well. Our yearling bucks just super stout and opened up and still bring in the breed character, still have that flexibility and structural correctness, individuals that can be useful in so many programs. And then we get into our senior bucks that just absolutely bring power and masculinity and mass and bone size. Everything that we need within the breed standing here in the ring. And again, it has been a true honor and pleasure to be able to be out here and evaluate them and work work with two like-minded individuals to reach a consensus and pull up what we think are the best that we've seen today. All of that said, two individuals out here were in complete agreement that just absolutely knock it out of the park. Bucks that we just don't find fault with, individuals that that just hit every notch in every box that we've talked about all day long. So give these exhibitors another round of applause. Congratulations on phenomenal goats, guys, and we'll select your champion in reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Junior ABGA would like to congratulate all of our exhibitors in today's show. Your reserve champion, Fullblood Buck, belongs to Walker Short, showing ROE3 Traeger. Your champion, coming out of the Yearling division, champion Fullblood Buck belongs to Clayton Newton. That is CNWT Newton Boars Live Wire. Again, congratulations to all exhibitors today. Stick around. We still got a few more classes to go. We got Get of Sire should be lined up in the holding area right now. Get of Sire should be lined up in the holding area. Lined up right now in the holding area should be Get of Sire. We'll be bringing in those Get of Sire entries here in just a moment. Produce of Dam, please get lined up in the holding area once those Get of Sire entries go into the ring. and everything. And yeah, I'm not going to sing along with you. Entering the ring right now is Get of Sire, your junior ABGA Get of Sire. We got a few more entries coming in yet. Produce Dam, go ahead and get lined up in that holding area. Produce Dam, get lined up in the holding area. That'll be followed by Breeders' Herd. And that'll be followed by pictures for tonight. Your champion, Get of Sire, belongs to Eliana Sand. Reserve champion belongs to Ava Sand. That is the Get of Sire groups. We'll have Produce Dam coming in the ring here momentarily when we get all of our exhibitors lined up. That'll be followed by Breeders' Herd. Again, you can take your pictures yet tonight. Now entering the ring is your Producive Dam. As soon as Producive Dam has been announced, Breeders' Herd, please get lined up. Last call for Producive Dam. Producive Dam pairs are in the ring. Breeders' Herd will be next. Anybody that's competing in Breeders' Herd can get lined up as soon as Producive Dam leaves the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your champion in the Producive Dam category belongs to Eliana. The reserve champion, again, goes to Ava Sand in that Producive Dam category. We will line up Breeders' Herd. Once again, pictures will be available yet tonight. We do have a line started. Once again, don't forget about the awards ceremony tomorrow night over New Market Hall and the ice cream party sponsored by Gibbs Farm. Make plans to attend that in New Market Hall. Also happening in New Market Hall tomorrow is over the lunch hour, they'll be playing the movie Cars. Kids can go over there in New Market Hall and watch the movie Cars. Our lunch break tomorrow will be a 2-hour break. Right now, that is subject to follow the junior Fullblood Buck Pairs classes. That is also subject to change. We'll keep you notified when those classes run by tomorrow. And entering the ring right now is your breeders' herd groups. Breeders' herd groups entering the ring. After these breeders' herd groups, that will conclude our shows for today. We will resume tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. At 7:30 a.m., we will have a prayer and the national anthem provided by the Junior ABGA board members. Ladies and gentlemen, your breeders' herd category, your champion belongs to Drew Pontius. Your reserve champion belongs to Cobbled Knots in the breeders' herd category. Ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our festivities today for the Junior ABGA. We'd like to send out a message to all of our parents, exhibitors, and spectators. We ask for your careful consideration in your addressing to our staff, officers, and our board members. Do understand that not all plans have gone out exactly the way we expected. There are no perfect plans to running a show. There are only perfect intentions. So, ladies and gentlemen, have a great and safe night, and we will see you back here tomorrow morning at 7:30 for our prayer and national anthem, followed by 8 o'clock for the resume of the show.